стану, увага мовча. Всередині стисла рука на змаху. Чекаю мраз, натягнуті нерви. Носій на місці, рух все життя. Час очікування стає нестерпним. Затримую подих, повний контакт. Азов, повний контакт. Азов, повний контакт. Азов, повний контакт. Азов, повний контакт. Спазм бою стискає серце. Рву дистанцію, шукаю ціль. Дух Святослава у грудях б'ється. Пульсує в жилах адреналін. Стаю у зріз, страху немає. Пав, щоб піднятись, завмер час. Стаю у зріз, сили втрачаю. Болю немає, є повний контакт.
Україна! Україна! Свята мати героїв! Свята мати героїв! Сіди до серця мого! Сіди до серця мого! Прилинь бурю вітрів кавказьких! Прилинь бурю вітрів кавказьких! Скріпи мій дух! Скріпи мій дух! Зартуй волю! Зартуй волю! Серце замешка моєму! Серце замешка моєму! Прости мене до ясних чинів! Прости мене до ясних чинів! У тих чинах хай знайду я смерть! У тих чинах хай знайду я смерть! Солодку смерть у муках за тебе! Солодку смерть у муках за тебе! І розпливуся в тобі! І розпливуся в тобі! Та вічно житиму в тобі! Та вічно житиму в тобі! Відвічна Україна! Відвічна Україна! Свята! Свята! Могутня! Могутня! Соборна! Соборна! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава нації! Україна! Україна! Україна!
Мариуполь превратился в большую стройку.
Мариуполь словно одна большая строительная площадка.
Сегодня готовы 6 новых 10-этажек.
Всем жильцам только спокойствия и уюта в новых квартирах.
Нас кинули, нам не выдают квартиры и не обещают даже новое жилье.
Мы жители города Мариуполя, с левого берега, район стадиона «Азовсталь».
Здесь мы прожили 36 лет. Это наш дом. По Артема 88.
Проспект Металлургов, дом 81.
Нахима 82. Этот дом стал переулок Черноморский 1Б.
Власти республики на месте снесенных домов строят и продают их в ипотеку, меняют адреса и кадастровые номера.
Вот как видите, сзади меня началось строительство нашего дома, но этот дом идет под ипотечное жилье.
Спрос на уютную недвижимость взлетел после нового маршрута в Крым через новые регионы. Большая часть интересующихся – москвичи, говорят продавцы. Особенно на жилье в центре Мариуполя засматриваются молодые семьи. Признаются, сейчас это выгодно.
Почему отбирают, почему отжимают квартиры законные?
Понимаете, мы же поверили, мы пережили все вот это вот происходящее в городе, выползли из подвалов, бомжи, у нас ничего не осталось. А что нам остается? Нас же освободили.
Понятно.
Власть есть. Кому верить?
И сколько мы не писали в Москву, и все письма наши возвращаются на Пушилина. Пушилин посылает в райадминистрацию нашу приморскую. Там все смеются, прям в глаза нагло говорят. Мы с вас смеемся, как дураков.
ДНР вообще нас ущемляет вопреки Конституции Российской Федерации.
Когда будут соблюдаться местной властью законы РФ и остановить беспредел ДНР в нашем городе?
Желающие в основном это приезжие. В основном приезжие. Тот же ближний ДНР, это Макеевка, Донецк, даже Луганск. И заканчивая Сибирью. Сибиряне тоже присматривают у нас морской бриз.
Ну, извините, господа, уже время сколько прошло. Дайте нам на старости прожить в своих квартирах, умереть в своих квартирах, в конце концов. Я вот инвалид.
Оккупанты продают квартиры, а нам не дают.
пришли сюда, чтобы вот это нам все натворить. Скажите, как мы можем быть за вашу власть? Мы уже в отчаянии. Будете вы меня слушать или не будете, нам уже терять нечего. Мы уже потеряли все.
Да, мы потеряли все в полном смысле. Мы потеряли все, у нас сгорело все.
Увага! Вас вітає Україна!
Виходила я в долину по червоною калину, виходила я в долину по червоною калину, назбирала віночок, заплітала віночок, ротує віночок.
The Russian ambassador in Israel joined Victory Day celebrations in Netanya, laying flowers and wreaths at the Victory Monument. His father, Dmitry Fedorovich, celebrated his 19th birthday.
To the body as well, Usyk. That's clever from Usyk.
5 minutes later.
Stop it! Whoa! Fury! He's down! The corner knockdown!
You're the ghost of Sparta. Everyone knows who you are. Everyone is afraid of you.
You cannot change. You will always be a monster.
Okay, sorry for the technical burps there, guys. Yeah. Okay, so for tonight, it's good to see you all. We are streaming on Odyssey, Rumble, Entropy, Kick, and tonight we're trying YouTube, actually. If you want to go share it, just type in Warcast on YouTube. You should be able to find us. As far as the show tonight goes, guys, I'm going to be going the last 2 weeks. There's just going to be more of a general survey of everything. I'm not going to get into too many details unless asked. Talk about the Shoigu removal, his new appointment behind him. Talk about Kharkiv a little bit, some other stuff. Tonight, D and Alex, sorry, I'm trying to remember his name. They are out tonight. Start of summer, got obligations. I did manage to bring on Mac, who you've heard from a month or two ago. I'm using Alex's avatar for him tonight. We'll see if he is here tonight. He had to step away for a minute. What else we got going in the background? Okay, hey, how you guys doing? What else? Yeah, so next week I will also be taking some time because I need to go see some family. It's been a while since I took a vacation, so I'm gonna take a little time off, just shortly. Go visit some family next week. So hopefully Alex can pick up the slack there and see what he can do. What else? I think that does it for everything else. A bit of a creative note, guys. I arranged all the combat footage, and if we do get some donations tonight, might motivate me to do the 30-minute combat video you just saw. It was from Hyper. Again, 12th Brigade. Yeah. So Azov proper put out a video. It was 30 minutes long. I didn't include in the regular combat footage because that's pretty long. I did watch it though on my off time, and it is well worth watching. If we have donations on tonight, we'll make that our, what do they call that? Unlocking goal. I don't grift well, so I don't know what the term is for that. But what else? Anyway, yeah, I think that does it really for the show notes, guys. It's been a good week, really. Usyk, that fight was goddamn amazing. Managed to watch the whole event myself, fortunately. It was about 7-hour fights altogether, but thank you, Mason. I appreciate the well wishes. A lot of good fights. I managed to find a link to the fights. I won't get into all the details, but I like to box myself, so watching all that was fantastic. But the story arc, the technique, especially a shorter fighter like Usyk and having a shorter reach, his technique, his energy was just amazing to watch. Against an accomplished fighter like Fury, it's no bones about it. He's an excellent champ himself, former champ, I guess at this point. But the steely-eyed focus of Usyk was unbeatable, really. And he came away a unified title holder. Hasn't happened in 25 years. I'm sure you guys, who have seen the fight, have heard that 100 times. But the absolute irony of it, and the biggest troll was, which got really annoying after a while. The commentators kept praising Ben Salman and his excellency, as the commentators put it, the king of Saudi Arabia, the holder of the 2 grand mosques, is what they kept saying, right? But then these two guys come on at the very end as the headliners, both praising God, and Usyk doing his Orthodox cross the whole time, and thanking Jesus. I don't know what the princes were probably thinking at that point. They're like, well, at least we're making money, right? I guess that's what they're good for. But anyway, I thought it was just an absolute troll and absolute culmination of a good, excellent career from Usyk. Excellent fighter. So do you have any notes, Mac, or any comments you want to talk about? Okay. Okay. Yeah, send that to me in my DMs on Telegram. I'll be able to use the Telegram viewer for that. We can look at that. Yeah, well, we'll put that on the unlock goal for tonight if we get some donations, I guess. Yeah, aside from that, guys, we'll just get right into it. You know how the show goes at this point. Yeah, let me just bring up the media viewer here for PowerPoint. And okay, let me get the right one there. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Covering last week's ongoings, and let's get right into it. I did add a slide for the Kharkiv front here, so this is going to be the primary focus of the show as far as the news goes, and a lot of the combat footage. Oddly, the rest of the front's been fairly quiet for. I think Mike, you're muted. Check your settings there. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Mike or someone in chat was saying you're muted. Anyway. Yeah. So if no one didn't hear it, we'll watch some drone footage that he curated also later, possibly. Yes. I'm sorry. Again, I'll reiterate to the chat here. Alex's avatar is being used by Mac. Mac, we had him about 2 months ago, I think, on the show. He backfilled for D and Alex tonight, so they're both out on family stuff for the summer. So anyway, so it's just me and Mac today. We might have sorry, I'm trying to remember his name we used. Lad, a lad, yeah, on tonight if he does respond. So anyway. Yeah, so the Kharkiv front, guys. We'll get to the maps also later to show a visual representation of this, though. But Russians have been making most of the headway in this area. They've advanced in Helboke. They've also seized the north side of Volchansk for the most part. They've seized a meat processing plant. They've also seized the hospital, I guess, today. I didn't put in the notes because I saw that after. But they've also seized the entirety of Luke Yatsy. They're also operating in the field southeast of that area. I haven't gotten a note on the tempos of engagement there, but it's I'd estimate about 10 a day. But the footage we got here, it seems like Dennis Nikita's guys are in the fight here and got stuck in. So this is a video from the 17th of the Russian Volunteer Corps fighting against the Russian army in the outskirts of Vovchansk. So play button on that. From best I could tell, this is a T section of a street here. Don't know what street is on, but we'll see if we can find it. Anyway, so develops a note here, guys. Russian forces relatively rapid rate of advances in Volchansk and operate destruction of several bridges across key waterways of the settlement. Basically suggests that this is the whole point of this operation is to create a buffer zone. I was going to try to articulate the theories that have been floating around, but since this has been distilled for like the last 2 weeks, essentially, it's pretty interesting to see. Yeah, are you still there, Frank? Okay. All right. Anyway, sorry, my bad. Yeah. Can you not hear me, dude? Yeah, I'm back, dude. Can you not hear me? One sec, guys. Let me message him. I think he's having technical problems. Okay. All right. I'll just press on with the show, guys. Yeah. Okay, anyway, yeah, the video did have sound there. Maze Mind. Let me check here. My settings are acting weird tonight. Oh, that was the desktop audio. I apologize. If you want it, there was no real. Sorry. So I got the desktop audio on now. Yeah, I'll play that again. Oh, I apologize, guys. His audio comes through the desktop audio, so that's probably why you weren't hearing him. So you should be able to hear him now.
Там вон дергается, вижу. Возле Красава. Славян, я дочь. Прием. Тут целая куча жмуров.
All right, there you guys go. Yeah, so I apologize for that, guys. But yeah, we'll go over the notes again really quick. So the bridges going into Volchansk have been destroyed, essentially. There's been several theories around why this operation was launched. There's been a hunger of tanks. There hasn't been really that many available from what we usually see from Russian assaults. They number in the low to low mid 400-ish tanks is what I thought last time I saw. But supposedly the composition of soldiers is up to 50 to 75,000 around Sumy and the Belgorod oblasts. But yeah, so that's a lot of people for that lack of armor. So a lot of the assaults we've been seeing have been small units, typically squad size on the rare occasion of reinforced platoons going into this area. It was also suggested by Budanov that the situation of Kharkiv Oblast is being stabilized on the nights of the 13th and the 14th. There have been 4 brigades that the Ukrainians have deployed into the Volchansk area and around the larger area that the Russians have created their incursion. Several Russian Ukrainian sources have also reported that Russian forces are using new tactics. Basically, they break into smaller groups and no more than 5 to penetrate Ukrainian positions before merging into a larger group, so it might be squad or again platoon size. But with these sort of movements, they typically get confused and lost, and the momentum of their assault falls apart. So, in fact, one Russian commentator said, who was previously served as a Storm Z unit instructor, said that this was indicative of poor training preparation, but not an effective new tactic. To reflect that, the estimated Russian soldier casualties on the 14th alone was north of 1,700 soldiers. That's wounded and killed. So that's quite a lot. The tempo of Russian offensive operations in northern Kharkiv continues to decrease. This is on the 18th or 19th. Yeah, and the Ukrainian forces did not build fortifications right on the line. There's been some noise from the Ukrainian side, unfortunately. I think this is a lack of their strategic understanding, in hindsight. They were asking for fortifications right at the border. We'll go over a map and show why that's kind of silly. Basically, because you would be putting trenches where they'd be surrounded on 3 sides at some points. So it wouldn't really make that much sense, right? So they have to give ground to create a contiguous line as best they can construct them. Basically, see here. The Ukrainian forces established fortifications within 3 to 5 kilometers of the international border, and that Ukrainian forces also construct the first and second lines of defense about 12 to 13 kilometers and 20 kilometers from the international border, respectively. But as we talk about, the Ukrainian government and its workers are building new fortifications, but when it's at the front line or the 0 line, it's usually the soldiers that have to double duty between their normal duties and dig new foxholes, which, needless to say, is taxing under fire and artillery fire, that sort of thing. Battalion commander from Ukraine operating the Kharkiv direction stated Russian forces are mostly conducting attacks with infantry, but also trying to use armored vehicles. Unfortunately for the Ukrainian side, they've destroyed about up to half the Russian vehicles involved in offensive operations. And an open source intelligence analyst group by the name of Finnish Blackbird Group stated that unspecified Russian airborne elements are now participating in the offensive in that area. That does it for the Kharkiv front, guys. If you have any questions, let me know. So yeah, we'll go through the rest here. Luhansk, again, going clockwise here around the front. Positional changes. Russian forces have recently advanced north of Berestove, and the Russians claim the Russian forces are advancing towards the northern outskirts of that settlement. That's literally all I got this last week. Russian forces recently conducted an unsuccessful, roughly reinforced platoon-sized mechanized assault west of Kremenna, and this is that video of it. It was posted by Ukrainian forces destroying 5 tanks and 5 BMP fighting infantry vehicles. This was between Torsk and Cherny, so we'll go and show that right now. Apologize, guys. Let me get back to that and get all of this sorted out. 1 second. I apologize. There we go. There you go. All right. So developments of known in this area, guys. Ukrainian forces struck an ammo depot in occupied Sorokine, which is in occupied Luhansk. This is reported by TASS and other Russian sources, claiming that Ukrainian forces used at least 3 attack missiles on the strike. And it should be noted that this is about 130 kilometers away from the front line. So they're getting good intel from all the way back there. Ukrainian forces also were reported that Russian forces conducted mechanized assault on unspecified positions in the direction of Berestove, and then Ukrainian forces pushed them out. Klasivka. Pretty quick notes on Donetsk, guys. Ukrainian forces are seizing and clearing Russian-held positions in the forest area in southwestern Bodanivka. Russian forces marginally advanced on the outskirts of Kalinivka and the Canal Microrayon, which is that small little outskirt east of Chasiv Yar. Russian forces also advanced within Krasnohorivka. They've also advanced within Yorozhne, which was an area which was one of the main counterattack areas during last summer, which is interesting to note. And what else? The Ukrainian forces also marginally advanced in a force between Vasily and Spirn. The tempo around Donetsk, I don't have a total of the entire area because these things do move around. Sorry, I got a message from my co-host here. But yeah, in some sectors it's about 18 a day. But yeah, so the footage right here I can show you is Ukrainian forces seizing and clearing a Russian-held position in a forest in southwestern Bodanivka. It should be noted that this group is called Hate Group. So they have an interesting page.
Nice.
На наушниках мне уебало грамотно.
Скид! Скид!
Живый?
Да.
Надо как можно ближе подойти.
Где? Блиндаж 112!
Вход, где вход?
Вход с той стороны. Пидоры, сдавайтесь нахуй!
Шо, надумал вылазить?
На, блядь, поешь. Лисать нахуй!
Доброго вечора, ми бабуїни. Ой, ебать, ти там підари ёбнул?
Да, я заебашив их!
Хорош!
Ты сдох! Прости, я отойду. Кабан, двери с пулемета нахуй!
Боже, я вбив сьогодні людину. Піздець, охуєнно. Єбать, я йому тут мозок виніс нахуй.
Заходите туда. Пролазь, хули ты стал?
Блять, скільки тут мертвих підарів? Пізда, як вони воняють, блять. Я же, походу, на одному сижу. Ле ти жидкий.
Ванька своє вже відбігав.
Пізда, я зараз обригаюсь.
Я не знаю, куди йти.
Блять, я теж.
Вон там дальше еще один блиндаж.
АГС, говорю, сука!
Перебегаю. Давай, туди. Пиздец в блиндаже. Брониками заложили двери.
Ебать, рука, походу, полетела.
Пизда. Отходим нахуй, сейчас ебанет жестко. Пока. Выбомся в пизда. Нас не убить, долбоёбы.
Ну, что там? Цинкуй выход!
Что такое?
Да, блядь!
Такие же твои, сука. Патронов нет, крик.
Тихо, він каже, не стріляйте!
Выходи. Выходь.
Підар! Влазь! З поднятими руками, сука! Ще вище!
Тихо. Курить будешь?
У меня есть.
Только давай без дурости, окей? А то он, смотри, будешь со своими кентами, он рядом лежать.
Ну что, видали нам? Да. Все позиции забрали.
Документы у тебя есть?
Нет, документов с собой нет.
Ты раненый, кажу?
Да, у меня нога раненая.
У него нога раненая. Что, пацаны, подмотаете его, чтобы, блядь, не умер, нахуй. Вон, а твои друзья сдаваться не хотели. Пришлось их, нахуй, подорвать.
So there you go. Imagine they're probably older hooligans from Kyiv or someplace. So yeah, some other updates in this area, guys. It's been stated before, but I'll restate it again. There's about 25,000 Russian personnel committed to the Chasiv Yar effort. Mixture of infantry between VDV and Donetsk People's Army Republic Army Corps and the 2nd LNR Army Corps. The commander of the Ukrainian brigade operating in Chasiv Yar stated that Russian forces are assaulting the area with smaller forces and are primarily using Storm V and Storm B. That's the first time I've heard any reference to Storm B unit. Staffed with penal recruits again and infantry-led attacks in the area. Again, as ISW is also stating here, this is the first time they ever heard that being mentioned, and is likely that it's a different iteration of Storm Z assault units built out of convict units. We'll keep you updated if there's any further amplifying intelligence on Storm B. The guy just might have let it slip out for some reason, but that's something to be tracking there. So going on to the Kherson Zaporizhzhia front, guys, we're going pretty quick through this. Really no positional changes that are worth mentioning, but there are just a handful. Russian forces marginally advanced in Krinky, up a street. There's also advances by the Russians in Haliapol in that direction, and the Russian forces also recently advanced a little bit into northern Rabatny. Tempo hasn't changed from my understanding. There's no footage and no real developments to report from Kherson Zaporizhzhia. All right, let me do a little something here, and I will engage chat if we have anything to talk about. Yeah, Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy was an interesting choice by some hooligans. I don't really know their choice of music that well, but that was an odd choice. Probably because it's public domain, right? But yeah, I think it's just keep pressing on here, guys. Again, guys, please like, share, comment, subscribe, and all the other usual stuff for our channels. Again, we are on YouTube. If you guys want to subscribe and like, please do so on the Warcast. It's its own channel now on YouTube, and the show is under Warcast. So just type in, you'll be able to find us. So hopefully get off the ground a little bit and press on with that. So okay, do you have any comment you want to talk about?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I'll keep
Press
pressing.
on.
Sounds good. All right, guys. There was a lot of missile strikes this last week. To summarize, on the Ukraine side from Russia, rolling blackouts have come back. Unfortunately, there's been extensive damage that is most likely long-term on the Ukrainian energy grid. The targeting thermal power plants, energy nodes, and stuff like that have been very problematic for Ukrainian industry and the defense industrial base. So that's probably why they're targeting it, aside from the targeting civilian infrastructure and stuff like that too. But on the Ukrainian to Russian side, they continue to attack Russian oil refineries. Latest numbers are still at 14% of Russian oil refinery production being cut down. It's probably higher than that right now, but that's an older number. And it was a sinking of a boat, actually. I do have that in the combat footage tonight, so we'll watch that later. But yeah, some other amplifying stuff here, guys. General numbers again. Wall Street Journal published an investigation on the 13th detailing how Russian shoot-down rates for Russian drones and missiles have dramatically decreased in the last 6 months due to more frequent Russian strikes and the shortage of the U.S.-provided air defense systems. Fortunately, the Spanish have committed more Patriot missiles to Ukraine. Supposedly, there's going to be a second and third Patriot battery being sent by Germany to Ukraine. We'll see. Germans have been stepping up. I'll give them that. But again, it's just like they can't provide what the U.S. can. So, the Wall Street Journal found that Ukrainian forces intercepted 46% of Russian missiles over the last 6 months, compared to 73% interception rate from the previous 6 months before that. The interception rate dipped to 30% over the last month, so it's getting worse. Wall Street Journal also reported that Russian forces have fired 45% more drones and missiles in the past 6 months than the previous 6 months. And it was also found that ballistic missiles and converted S-300-400 missiles are much harder for Ukrainians to shoot down. Ballistic missiles are a lot faster, and SAM missiles are really probably a lot more narrow than cruise missiles. So their radar signatures are a little harder to find. We also reported here that they are using less He drones now, the Russians. And so that's why the rate has been going down. The Russians have adapted, they've learned from their mistakes, and they've developed better strike packages, just the way it is. And due to the absence of Patriot missiles, SAM-T, NASAMs, stuff like that, that could help out more with these. Ukrainians are having to husband their missile stock. Anyway. But fortunately, Ukrainian forces conducted also ATACMS and drone strikes against Crimea on the night of 15th and 16th. It was reported that Russian forces, from their side, that they destroyed 5 ATACMS missiles, unlikely, and 2 Ukrainian drones over Crimea on the night of 15th to 16th, and destroyed 11 Ukrainian naval drones, because, of course, this was the first wave of aerial and naval drones targeting occupied Sevastopol, and they launched several ATACMS missiles, but it was also that targeted Belbek airfield. To get down to the good stuff, this was confirmed by the Atesh Crimean Partisan Group that put eyes on the airfield, and there's also satellite footage confirming Russian losses that show at least 2 destroyed MiG-31s and a Sukhoi 27 and 1 damaged MiG-29. So that's good. It was also reported in a similar strike, I think it was the day before this, some SAM radar system was destroyed and some other equipment like that over in Crimea. Okay, so that does it for the missile stuff, guys. Going to the headlines, this is kind of a grab bag of stuff from the last week, so I'll just kind of go over it as succinctly as possible. The Kremlin appears to be re-intensifying a reflexive control campaign targeting Western decision-making using nuclear threats and stuff. Basically, the short of the long of this is that they were talking about using tactical nukes. They were inspecting their missile launchers, and even Belarus was doing this. This is basically in response to the delivery of F-16s coming over soon from Denmark, and pilots being trained in Romania and England. Because, according to the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they consider F-16s to be nuclear-capable fighters. That's their excuse. Yeah. So.
Even like we sent them Patriots and stuff.
Yeah.
Like we sent them all. We've even sent them artillery. Even howitzers are nuclear capable.
I guess. Yeah.
It's just another red line.
It's just another red line of Putin's period blood on it. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the video right here, guys, this was Ukraine's main intelligence director conducting a successful maritime drone strike. I'm sorry, this is the boat I was talking about. On May 6th, I apologize. And Ukrainian forces are reportedly adapting their maritime drones to combat Russian defense measures. This was from the 6th, like I said, the GUR Bagura V5 maritime drone striking a Russian Mangust class patrol boat in Vuzka Bay near occupied Koronomorske, Crimea. It was reported that the loss of this boat cost the Russians about $3 million. There you go. All right. So, continuing on with some more news, guys. So we talked about earlier, a few months ago, I think, how the Russians were supporting the rapid support forces of the Sudanese civil war, and the Iranians were supporting the Sudanese armed forces. We obviously commented that it was a conflict of interest between the two, between Russia and Iran, to be in conflict over two different parties in that conflict. But to Ukraine's chagrin, obviously, the Russians managed to export over $1 billion. Well, I think it was close to $2 billion. Smuggled gold out of the RSF occupied zones. But in an interesting change of strategic thinking, the Russians have decided to actually ameliorate that conflict of interest. They are now going to be supporting the Sudanese armed forces, maybe, but we'll get into the details here. Russian Deputy Foreign Minister and Special Representative for the Russian President in Africa, Mikhail Bogdanov, that Bogdanov, right? Anyway, met with SAF head Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and several other Sudanese officials for a 2-day visit to Sudan in April 20th and 28th. Bogdanov stated that his visit could lead to increased cooperation and express support for, quote, the existing legitimacy in the country represented by the SAF. Russia has pursued a Red Sea port since 2008 to protect its economic interests in the area and improve its military posture by increasing its ability to challenge the West in the broader region, including the Med and the Indian Ocean. It should also be said that Kremlin might be also pursuing secondary objectives, including sidelining Ukrainian and U.S. influence in Sudan through its outreach to the SAF. So that would be interesting to see. We have obviously seen Ukrainians operating in Sudan targeting Wagner forces, but Russians treating their mercenaries no better than they treat the regular army. Those would be expectable losses, obviously, if they can secure a port in Port Sudan, whatever you would call it. I think they are probably willing to trade off their economic incentives for gold smuggling for a port in the Red Sea, because they don't currently have one in Djibouti. China is building one nearby ours in Djibouti. The Russians don't have one. The Iranians don't have one. They're all looking for some sort of real estate in that neighborhood. So that would be interesting to see how that develops. So anyway, Ukraine's SBU report on the 7th that it exposed a network of Russian FSB operatives who were planning to assassinate Zelensky and other high-ranking Ukrainian intelligence and military officials. They exposed 2 agents, which include 2 colonels of the Ukraine's Office of State Security, or State Guard, who were operating as part of the FSB's 5th Service. The FSB's 5th Service originates from the Soviet Committee for State Security, or KGB, which conducted counterintelligence and espionage operations in non-Russian Soviet states, which is interesting, and now essentially functions as a foreign espionage branch of the FSB. The SBU noted that the FSB recruited agents out of Ukraine's State Guard before the invasion, and both agents are now facing facing life imprisonment on charges of treason. You don't get away with trying to kill the president, I guess, huh? Okay, next thing here, guys. There are reports that there's an available open source. This is something I found interesting that ISW reported. So this relates to Telegram users, so I thought it'd be worth sharing. Reports indicate that there is an available open source tool that allows people to search by specific coordinates for Telegram users who have enabled a certain location sharing setting. So go and check your settings, guys. Got to lock that privacy down. Russian opposition outlet Medusa reported that this tool allows people to input coordinates to discover all Telegram users who have enabled the Find People Nearby setting within 50 to 100 meters of their coordinates. Yeah, an interesting feature. Medusa noted that the Find People Nearby setting usually only allows users to find other Telegram users within that radius, and users can enable or disable this location setting in the contact setting of the application. So that's odd that ISW was so on point with that. So, but anyway, Russian offensive operations along the Kharkiv international border likely have the strategic objective of drawing and fixing Ukrainian forces to the axes to enable Russian advances in other areas, along with trying to set up a sanitary zone. Russian forces are attempting to incite panic also, so they can divert resources and manpower from Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. This is also an opportunity for the Russians to take advantage of Ukraine's lagging mobilization. They do have reported, 5 brigades that are being stood up with the new equipment that is arriving. I read recently that they said that they have like 10 brigades that they're training up now. They just need training and equipment to equip those newly mobilized brigades. I checked in with Military Land, and they did verify some new stuff that's happening in the background too. So interesting to know. Ukraine still has plenty of guys to fight for them, but they just need the equipment to give them guns, stuff like that. What else? Russian offensive efforts likely aim to stretch Ukraine's limited resources and worsen their manpower constraints that we've talked about before. Some other stuff in the background was also the removal of Shoigu as the Minister of Defense, and him being replaced by a new guy. But we'll get to that in a minute here. This was something interesting because I've been trying to also track down more of the Jews surrounding Putin. A lot of his best friends, it was the Kovalchuks and the Rotenbergs. These are all bankers, and they're all people from St. Petersburg that Putin has had close ties with ever since he became, I think it was deputy mayor in the late 90s. And then he became prime minister before he replaced Yeltsin as president, right? So during his tenure as deputy mayor of St. Petersburg, he established all these contacts, revitalized the FSB into a fashion. And a lot of these guys helped prop up their office run in St. Petersburg in the late 90s. So they've been in bed together for a very long time. Anyway, so one of these guys, Russian Federation Council chairperson Valentina Matvenko, announced on the 10th that she delivered a list of candidates to Putin for the head of the Federation Council Accounts Chamber, which notably includes Presidential Control Directorate Deputy Head Boris Kovalchuk. Kovalchuk is the son of Putin's personal banker, Yuri Kovalchuk, who is often credited with being Putin's close confidant and influential ideologue, including reportedly being one of 3 Russians to convince Putin to launch the full-scale invasion. He also recently appointed Boris Kovalchuk to his post in the Presidential Control Directorate on March 15th, before Boris Kovalchuk headed the Russian energy company, Interrail, for 15 years. So he's another one of these energy company oligarchs. And Boris Kovalchuk's candidacy for the council post, given his lack of experience and newness to the presidential admin, is notable given his closeness to Putin, indicating that Kovalchuk's favor with Putin may be increasing. So just worth noting. I actually had to cut a lot of that fat away just because there was so much speculation from ISW about who's moving where and what their estimates of the political changes in the constellation of people in Putin's administration. Again, I like to report on things that have happened, but again, like personal financiers have been around for like more than 20 years are worth noting, and people are moving up the chain. And I think in that particular instance, it's important too. Russian forces appear to be attempting to quickly isolate the battle space east of the Seversky Donetsk River and seize Vovchansk. Again, this is the Kharkiv Oblast. A direction of advance that Russian forces may believe could threaten the Ukrainian grouping defending the Kupiansk direction. So, again, we'll go to the map event after we get through the headlines here, and we'll talk about the movements in Kharkiv. But on the 11th, so we talked about the bridges being blown up, which kind of gives supporting evidence to the idea that this is nothing more than a sanitary zone that the Russians are trying to set up. Anyway, so this particular bridge was the Seversky Donetsk Dam Bridge in Stary Saltiv. This is within southwest of Vovchansk. This is from the Russian side, unfortunately.
Damn.
Yeah.
What hit it?
Russian laser-guided bomb.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll get to the takeaways here. So, background on the bridge, guys. It was actually destroyed in the early days of the war. It was rebuilt, impressively, by the Ukrainian infrastructure builders. But again, that Russia was able to put a laser-guided bomb on a bridge like that in a very heavily contested area. It's not like Sumy or near Belarus. They should have assets there, right, to be able to shoot these guys down. It goes to show how lacking the air defense is, like how little their ammo is. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the right words. That they were able to blow up the dam again. It is the dam bridge. I don't know if the dam was breached and there's flooding. I didn't hear any reports of flooding, so I think it was just a bridge. But again, there's a lot of takeaways from the whole Kharkiv defense, but we'll get to that in the next section. Russian forces likely destroyed the bridges in an effort to isolate. Talked about on either side of the water features to prevent them from supporting Ukrainian forces against the Russian attacks near Vovchansk. It's kind of just a straight north-south line they're advancing, the Russians, into Vovchansk. But we'll get into the map, too. It's interesting how the layout of the town is. Russian attempts to destroy the ground lines of communication southwest and east of Vovchansk indicate that Russian forces will likely focus on seizing Vovchansk in an attempt to bypass the settlement or expand the front further east along the international border between Russia and Ukraine. And also, going back to the reappointments, guys, Putin replaced Shoigu with Andrei Bulisov as Minister of Defense on the 12th, moving Shoigu to the position of Security Council Secretary in place of Nikolai Patrushev. I tried listening to some of my old Russian sources on YouTube. They're kind of mainstream, so forgive them. But I wasn't really convinced by any of their arguments. They said that Shoigu was being moved into a position of no influence. I would say he's obviously getting less influence because he's not Minister of the Army and Defense anymore. But he's kind of being moved around to a place where he can still save face. And like we talked about with the influence of culture into Russia, this is, I think, kind of a weird, I couldn't think of a better term, a sort of Confucian court move. If that is the right term, let me explain it a little bit. So, like we talked about with the Western culture, we speak truth at the expense of face. For Russia, they try to save face, obviously, at the expense of the truth. That Shoigu does a bad job, right? But to keep the power block intact without creating more conflict, Shoigu is going to be allowed to keep face publicly, but he's going to be moved to the sideline as the Security Council Secretary. That way he's moved out of position of power and someone else can be moved in from the back that Putin appoints to fill his shoes. it's just a kind of a weird way. And there was a lot of other movements going around, but a lot of his security officials have been reappointed. So the way it also works is when the president gets elected, everyone basically loses their job. Everything's put on reset. So Putin has to go through the whole like roster again. Says you get your job, you get the job, you don't get your job, you get the job. You know, it does this whole thing. At this point, all these people again. So that's what the last 2 weeks have been basically. He's been doing aside from visiting China. So yeah. Anyway, so with what's been going on, that's why everyone's been monitoring really close. Who's getting jobs? Who's keeping their job? Who's losing their job? The only real big one has been Shoigu. There's been also some others. There's like the governor of the Tulo Oblast. He's now in charge of like sports and recreation, and there's another one who was like in charge of shipbuilding. Like these guys had influence in the or their governor over being a governor of an oblast, but they got moved to these weird positions. But as you would see with like a Byzantine system or a Confucian system, where there might be Korean or Chinese, you have large courts, right? And the Russian government is fairly huge with a lot of just weird positions. Moving these people around as pieces on a chessboard allows Putin to keep his power, is basically what I basically say. So, overly long explanation. I apologize, guys. But anyways, we'll get some of the details here. High-level reshuffles of the following the Russian presidential election strongly suggest that Putin is taking significant steps towards mobilizing the Russian economy and DIB to support a protracted war in Ukraine. Borisov is also a known advocate for greater involvement in the economy, so he's more about command economy, not a free market economy. That matters to you guys. Peskov announced, Dmitry Peskov announced Borisov's appointment to State Newswire task on the 12th and explained that, quote, it is very important to fit the economy of the security bloc with its domestic security power vertical into the country's economy, suggesting that the Kremlin intends for Belousov to integrate and streamline the DIB industries affiliated with Russian security and defense forces. This is fairly interesting because it's an admission by the Russians that, yeah, we switched over war footing. We now are going to create a command economy and has to be integrated into our defense industrial base to maintain this footing. So instead of going, pussyfooting with this economic stance, they're going balls to the wall with it to make sure that they can keep their country afloat. And this is another big reason why Belousov was appointed, is because he was the minister of the economy or some sort. I apologize, guys. But with him taking over the Ministry of Defense, it makes sense that he'll now be in charge of the not appropriations. I'm sorry, getting my House of Representatives mixed up. Being in charge of production and making sure things get to where they need, the logistics of everything, the system itself. And he's not going to be so worried about the ongoings in the war itself. He's going to be worried about what's going on in Russia and how production is going along. So it also reveals the strategic outlook of Russia going forward with the war in Ukraine. Not that they've been particularly excellent at strategic thinking, but they have found a few things that work for them, right? They've moved away from training up their troops, their VDV, their naval infantry. They've gutted Wagner. They're relying on mass, low-quality troops with mass fires, whether it's glide bombs, artillery, or both, drones, and all this sort of thing. So they just level the battle space, move in with low-quality infantry, and just trench in and take the ground. This is something I've seen also with some military thinkers and politicians in the West. They've admitted that they've been too slow. The Russians are adapting to our lack of ammunition being sent there, and when the Russians dig in and trench themselves in, it's hard to move. So because of this beacon line and the tactics that they use, the Russians are going to be hard to remove in that sense. So that is what the strategic outlook for the Russian playbook looks like going forward with this appointment, which also means high casualties because you don't train up your soldiers. They're not going to survive easily on the battle space, but that's not really a concern of theirs. So, but anyway, last bit here, guys. Belousov's new position and claimed that it shows Putin has serious concerns over corruption levels and misuse of funds within the Russian military. conflicts within the military and the Russian defense industrial base, and the efficacy of the Russian MOD as a whole. Okay, so this is the guy right here, actually. U.S. officials reiterated White House's unwillingness to support Ukraine's use of U.S.-provided weapons and strikes against military targets in Russia. This is important because, obviously, with the incursions into Kharkiv, they saw them staging their forces. They were mostly light infantry. If they had high explosives, warheads to do that, they probably could have prevented this incursion pretty easily. But they don't have enough European-provided weapon systems from the UK and France to do this, though. They're using all their Scalps and Storm Shadows in Crimea for the most part, right? Things that could go over the border as far as artillery goes, or ATACMS, Gimler's rockets, GSLVDs, stuff like that would be ideal weapon systems to use in Russian territory. But again, Lloyd Austin just again today said, no, you can't do that. So, anyway, you guys sense my frustration. I can sense yours too. It's just absolute bullshit that the U.S. is limiting itself limiting Ukraine. What am I saying? Limiting the use of our weapons that Ukraine can use on Russian territory. Anyway, so going back to Belousov here, guys. This outlines Putin's intended priorities to the Russian MOD during a speech he gave on the 14th. He stated that Belousov stated that Putin has set 2 tasks for his MOD that he's now leading: ensuring the full integration of the Russian military economy and the general Russian economy, and making the Russian MOD as open to innovation as possible, whatever that means. It was also stated the Russian MOD's most pressing issue is equipping and supplying Russian military with modern equipment and everything else like they always complain about. Putin continues to publicly prioritize mobilization of the Russian defense industrial base, while also attempting to assuage public domestic fears about another mobilization or domestic spending. Some numbers here, guys. So the cumulative defense and security spending for Russia is about 8.7% of their GDP. This is just a little south of the mid-1980s. Percentage was about 13% for the Russians versus the Soviet Union in the mid-1980s. I don't know if this is really overheating their economy, but you produce so much capital and it just gets blown up without any returns back into the economy. Kind of a dead end. It's like you're producing so much capital and money. You're increasing wages for soldiers and workers that are all under a state government. Competition is going to create competition, and you keep increasing wages. That's just going to create inflation very slowly, but very surely, though. You can't recover from that. So we'll see how long this goes. Russian business journalists estimated in November 2023 that Russian authorities plan to spend about 39% of the Russian federal budget on defense and law enforcement. And Reuters reported in October 2023 that the Russian 2024 federal budget will allocate 29.4% on national defense. And again, Putin kind of reiterated that Russia must still fulfill all its social obligations about education, healthcare, support for veterans, and pensioners, basically. So, yeah, we'll get to this in a minute here, guys. It was reported by the Ukrainian Internal Affairs Minister that Russian forces have executed civilians and taken civilians captive in Volchansk. Russian forces in northern Volchansk are preventing residents from evacuating or holding civilians captive in basements. It was also said that Russian forces have begun to execute civilians, and reported in one instance Russian forces killed a civilian who refused to follow Russian commanders' orders. This is that video here, actually. It doesn't show the actual killing, but it does show the victim. He was a man in a wheelchair. Supposedly, the background is that he was trying to flee the hospital in northern Volchansk. We do have a video of the Russians sacking that hospital, and he was supposedly shot. So that's what we're hearing. That's the best footage I can find for you guys, though. Also, amplifying footage. We went over one of these reports a few months ago. This is just ISW reiterating this. It was documented that there's 142 cases of Russian forces executing civilians, not just 142 civilians, but cases of those mass shootings. So, Turkey and Russia are reportedly exploiting sanctions regulations to export Russian oil to the EU. Because Turk roaches are going to do Turk roach things, allowing Russia to continue to receive significant oil revenue to fund its war. Political reported on the 15th that their independent reporting indicated that Turkey is likely disguising the origin of Russian oil in order to exploit EU sanction regulations that allow blended oil containing certain proportions of Russian oil that have undergone substantial transformation to enter the EU. Now, I'll get to that in a minute. Political stated that Russian oil imports from to Turkish ports of Sahan, Marmara, or Galicia, some other ports, significantly increased between February 2023 and February 2024. While these three oil ports exports to the EU have significantly increased, strongly indicating Turkey is repackaging large amounts of Russian oil, etc., etc. It was reported that this has generated up to 3 billion euros or $3.2 billion of revenue for Russia between those two date points. So the way oil is made money, especially through pipelines, is kind of complicated. I'm going to try to give you a couple points that I can pull out of my head from the little bit I know about it. For every bit of distance that a pipeline rests on somebody's national boundaries, there are fees that have to be paid to the state government. There's also fees for there's fees for transporting it, a lot of little things, but also where those pipelines have their origins from, because you pump it from point A to point B and say Armenia, and goes to through point C in Turkey, and then gets to point D in Greece, right? If you can pump in your oil from Syria and Turkey and Iraq, but also put in a little bit from Russia into that, though, Russia's still getting money from that little bit of contribution from their point in Russia, and then it's blended into those other inputs, obviously, from those other countries. So it might not be purely Russian oil, but it's partially Russian oil. So the Turkey can say, oh, well, this is, we don't know if it's Russian or not, because they just put it all together with, Syrian, Iraqi, and their own oil if they have it. So that's Azerbaijan, they probably don't. But anyway, so that's probably how they're getting around it, though. So that's how they're making some more money, and the Russians are also making more money in that case, too. This is, again, a failure of the United States and EU following up on adapting to the sanction evasion that Russia is implementing, right? So it was a great first effort, but they have to follow it up all the time, but they're not doing it. So Russia's adapting economically to this whole thing. Putin framed the offensive operations in northern Kharkiv as part of Russian efforts to create a buffer zone. This is kind of a tacit admission to the whole thing, along with the bridge stuff I talked about. Putin responded to a journalist's question about Russian forces' objectives in Kharkiv, stating that Russian forces are achieving success according to plan. It's, again, I think based on results, the message comes out later. Obviously, that's just politics, right? It's like, oh yeah, that was our plan the whole time, was just to take Vovchansk, even they haven't done that. But if they've put pressure on Kharkiv, it's like, oh well, yeah, of course that's our plan, But again, we talked earlier, I think a couple of weeks ago or last week, a little bit about what we thought it might have been. Moving artillery forward to put pressure on Kharkiv, to pepper, the outskirts of Kharkiv, force another civilian evacuation, another displacement of civilian personnel within the country, that sort of thing. Thereby eroding legitimacy and security of the Ukrainian government, stuff like that, right? I did hear an interesting white pill, though, and pardon me for going on tangent here, but we talked about last year or two ago, some polling numbers about the likelihood of Ukrainian civilians returning back to Ukraine. It was actually fairly high. It was a slightly gradually sliding disinterest in returning, basically depending on the state of Ukraine at the end of the war. But however, there's been a plethora of videos coming out from like mid-tier, mid-wit intellectuals on YouTube that are slightly DR, anyway, I won't get into their names, but I'm sure you guys have seen it too. But they keep saying how there's an imminent extinction of Eastern Europeans, and they always refer back to those population pyramids that I used to. Stuff like that. But what happened in Kharkiv, I'm getting around to the back. Sorry, to give you a little context. At one point, Kharkiv had 1.3 million people in the city right before the war. After, let me think here. I'm sorry. Before the Kharkiv counteroffensive, that dipped down to 300,000. So they lost about 1 million people, right? The Kharkiv counteroffensive is a wild success, pushed them all the way to the Usyk River, past it. And then after that, about 1.1 million people surged. Well, sorry, it surged up to that number. So it shows that people are willing to return back to Ukraine, even at a city that's barely 30 kilometers from the international border with Russia. I think that's a fairly big indicator myself. People are willing to return and to take it upon themselves to maybe be under the threat of Russian violence, right? I don't know how many people are leaving right now. I haven't heard any numbers about that, but it does show that Ukrainians are willing to return back home, especially conscious of how close they are to the international border. So that's a allegorical story. I understand, but the numbers speak for themselves. Like they dipped down to 300,000. They went over 1 million again. So,
I mean, didn't they see most of their migration out of Ukraine because of the original invasion?
Mm-hmm.
And now that the battle lines have more or less stabilized, people might be more willing to come back.
Yeah, no, that's actually an excellent point. A sense of normalcy has returned, as normal as it is, and that's a major part for any female or family to return back to the space, right? Is that they need security and stability. Credit to the Ukrainian armed forces, they managed to give that in part to most of the country, and a lot of those people have returned back. So yeah, no, that's actually a good point. So, and that's part of why this is also another indicator on a few different things. I won't get into it. I went on long enough about this though. But again, just want to give you guys a look. Yeah, sorry about that. You know me. Okay, so it does it for the headlines, guys. We'll get into some mobilization stuff here. Ukrainian head of Zaporizhzhia stated that Russian authorities have created the infrastructure necessary to conscript Ukrainians in Zaporizhzhia Oblast and plan to conscript more than 150,000 Ukrainians into the Russian army in an unspecified period. Konstantin Mashevets, who is a Ukrainian military observer, suggests that the war in Ukraine has negatively affected the quality and reputation of Russian arms exports. Some numbers here. Mashevets stated that his report indicated that Russia will export about $4.5 billion worth of arms equipment in 2024, compared to $6 billion in 2023 and $12 billion in 2021. So that's nosedived very badly. Obviously, it's due to them needing their own tanks, planes, guns, and artillery shells, right? But due to the vacuum that they're leaving on the international arms market, U.S., South Korea, Turkey, France are particularly the ones that are taking up the vacuum that Russia has left. It's also interesting, we talked about the oil exports, but this is obviously going to affect their revenues because a major part, I think Perun did a good video on this. I'm trying to remember the numbers, but I can't. But again, a major portion of their revenue from their exports was in aircraft. We talked about how Iran asked for a certain number of Sukhoi 35s. I don't know if those have been delivered yet. Russia did say recently that they're going to. Whether they do or not, we don't know. But it does go to show that they can't really meet their demands. Because it's also like you put an order on the book and how many of those deliveries are given from the book, right? So no one's putting any new orders either, which is another big thing. So anyway, it's just interesting to note that is dipping into their economic output, basically, also. So back to the Dnieper River flotilla. Some interesting facts here. It stated that some Russian units, including naval infantry units, have their own boats, but some Russian units stole fishing boats from the locals to create their own navy. Russian-built blogger also claimed that Russian forces are using abandoned boats from locals along the Dnieper River. Russian servicemen are constrained by their own rules against using civilian means of transport that could risk life and limb of servicemen of a particular Russian unit that this guy's reporting from. But he also must submit a detailed list of non-military equipment for approval by the Russian MOD. This is, again, part of that bureaucracy that Putin wants fixed, I guess. Russian commanders are unwilling to deal with paperwork necessary to approve these private boats for military use, and they just kind of don't fill in the paperwork there. So anyway, just interesting to note. Last bit here for the Russian side. Russian MOD is reportedly coercing Russian citizens and migrants into the Russian military through false job opportunities. See here. On the 14th, it was reported the Russian MOD is recruiting Russian citizens and migrants to Russian MOD-controlled companies or fronts, basically, through false contracts and promise of a one-time payment of about $4,400. These Russian companies participate in this scheme to show their loyalty to the Russian government and retain their current employees, which is an interesting survival adaptation. So these companies will front these advertisements. They have a tacit agreement with the Russian government that they'll keep their current employees, but they'll be the ones also reaching out through this crypto mobilization scheme to bring in foreign labor. But then they get pipelined into the Russian MOD. So there you go. Russian MOD reportedly immediately sends individuals recruited under false job contracts to fight in Ukraine. And some of these people are their own Russian citizens and Belarusians. There's also Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, Uzbeks, Indians, like we've shown, and Congolese now. So there you go. What else we got? It was also assessed that Russian forces will have enough tanks and armored fighting vehicles to fight the next year and a half at the current operational tempo. We went over some of these numbers. Russians are able to produce about 300 new thoroughly and new modernized tanks and repair about another 300 every year. So in about a year and a half, at about 2026, when it becomes the new year at that point, we'll see what happens. And it's, again, this is another data point I wanted to share with you guys because we talked about some of the goals I'm seeing through different timelines with the Russian government's budget through 2020 up to 2026. The peace negotiations in the background, which are happening next month in Switzerland. Some other stuff, right? It's all kind of aiming toward an apex at the end of 2024, beginning of 2026. We'll see. I think that's going to be an interesting point. I'll keep track of how these concurrent stories are moving toward that point at this juncture. Anyway, mobilization for Ukraine. Estonia is delivering some Navy boats for them. Norway is giving about $645 million for them to go toward Ukraine air defense. Some other stuff. Ukraine has significantly increased the production of artillery ammunition and is gradually moving to the production of 60-millimeter artillery shells. That was interesting. U.S. also approved the emergency sale of 3 additional HIMARS systems. We did see one get blown up, but that might have been a truck. I don't know if this is a admission that 3 HIMARS systems have been destroyed. Don't know. But each of those costs about $10 million. So maybe. I don't know. But yeah, again, over how many years? 2.5 years now? We've delivered 40 of them. That's not even including the M270s, which are actually better. But again, only 3 HIMARS systems have been destroyed, possibly. But yeah, that's just interesting to know. Rear activity, so it's been a little lively, actually. Kremlin is working toward, again, taking Ukrainian kids to Russia. Maria Lvova-Belova and Vladimir Saldo basically said they need to guarantee children's rights, like they care, by establishing a centralized accommodation facility in Kherson Oblast. The effect of this effort would be to create a new institution to accommodate children without parental or guardian care. In that such children will be removed from orphanages and care homes that they're currently residing in to a Russia-controlled children's home. By doing so, they would have full access to identity documents of these children and will likely facilitate the process of forcibly adopting Ukrainian children into Russian families, thereby wiping their Ukrainian identification, their their birth certificates and stuff like that, and giving them new ones, giving them new Russian names, all this stuff, right? And basically jettisoning them into the Russian ether, never to be found again, unless somebody gets access to these documents. Don't know. So, and in that sense, that is another admission of cultural genocide. I would say it's also genetic genocide. By decreasing the genetic pool of young Ukrainians, you're doing that. Like you're hurting the future of an entire ethnicity. So anyway, that's another data point to show. In a bit of good news of partisanship, unknown actors, likely Ukrainian partisans, conducted an IED attack against a Zaporozhye occupation administrator. who was reportedly involved in the detention and torture of Ukrainian prisoners. The Ukrainian intelligence directorate reported on the 5th that a car belonging to Yevhen Anavesky exploded in Berdyansk on the 5th, killing him. Anavesky was an employee of the Berdyansk Correctional Colony number 77, where he oversaw crimes perpetrated against Ukrainian prisoners. This is a video I found of the IED results, basically. So let me hit that right here There you go. Again, it's interesting to note how, I don't know, I'm used to seeing like Iraqi IEDs, right, where the whole car is just, gutted and charred
On
and stuff.
fire.
Yeah. But, yeah. This is just
maybe it was just like a grenade.
Could have been. I mean, it's interesting. The car's totaled, obviously, but it's not like vaporized.
That is a little funny how there's like no charring.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see a little bit right here. These are obviously liquids from the engine, probably from the radiator. Maybe this might be the inside of the door. My other guess is that maybe this is so controlled that they don't want Ukrainian civilians being killed. They just want the subject to be killed. That's my guess. I mean, like I have studied fourth generation warfare a little bit. Take the IRA, for example. Politics aside, they were a little bit more rambunctious about their discerning, how to put it. They didn't discern civilians from their targets that well. They did kill a lot of civilians. But yeah,
they also didn't have. They had barely any resources as well. So everything was like word of mouth.
Yeah, but again, this is just apples to apples in a weird way. It's kind of like oranges to blood oranges. But anyway, likely Ukrainian actors also conducted a strike against a Russian railway in Volgograd or Stalingrad Oblast, all the way out there on May 14th. This geolocated footage shows that the aftermath of the likely Ukrainian drone strike on a train in Semofalovka. The train was allegedly transporting fuel, and it was stated that unknown persons derailed several cars of a freight train. An unspecified Russian operational services reported the derailment and subsequent fire damaged almost 300 meters of railway tracks. All right, guys. Just to cover the Middle East shortly, some people do ask about updates, but this is just... I read the stuff from Iran, the Iran updates from ISW, some articles every once in a while, but again, it's really just speculation. I mean, it's like you hear stuff about the ceasefire negotiations in Cairo like every day. Doesn't go anywhere. Last time we talked about it was when Hamas agreed to it, but Israel reneged on it. But then they say, well, the Hamas guys, rewrote it. Then they said they liked it. This is this whole back and forth bullshit. So it doesn't really matter to talk about it. But a couple things that did happen. We talked about this morning in the chat. By cheap, you die once. Iranian president died while riding an Mi-8 helicopter. Now I'm hearing he was flying a Huey. I don't know. Either way, you're dealing with old helicopters. Why he'd be flying an old Huey, I find somewhat weird and ironic. Because he would have parts available from Russia for an Mi-8, right? So I don't know, but it is what. He was
flying a Huey.
That's what one source said. That I don't know. I think they're just saying that, to be honest. Though it doesn't make sense to me why the president of a country would be flying something like that when you have no parts for it. It'd be like Biden flying a Cuban helicopter from the 1960s. Like, we don't got parts for it. It barely works, but you're going to put your most, for them it'd be the Ayatollah, but for a president of a country flying in that doesn't make any sense. So
yeah, you think
makes more sense.
Have they'd be flying in a plane or something.
So why he was flying a helicopter? There was a dam project in northern Iran between Azerbaijan and Iran.
Yeah,
he went there to basically do a ribbon cutting, and he was flying a helicopter back south into Iran, and the pilot flew into some fog and hit the side of it. That's basically it. There's even there has been no admission or accusation, from the Iranians that this is foul play. They're supposedly claiming that this is a technical, pilot error. So yeah, so this is going to be an escalatory event. It's just going to be, well, the guy died, and it was also their foreign minister died too. So like two fairly important people.
I'm calling it right now. What? And I think that it was a secret operation brought about by the Taliban using all their new equipment.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. All 9 passengers died, and here's a little bit of footage of them carrying out the president, I guess. Anyway, another interesting thing, this kind of breaks the mold of narratives that, a lot of right-wingers do here. The International Criminal Court from The Hague and its prosecutor, Karim AA Khan, announced applications for arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Minister of Defense of Israel, Yoav Gallant, in context of the situation in Palestine. Basically said they're guilty of war crimes. Anyway, it was also an arrest warrant put out for the head of Hamas. So it goes both ways. But that Israel, who, ostensibly set up the whole international order after World War II. Yeah. I'm serious. Like, like Jews are known to be lawyers, and they set up an international criminal court. So it's like, okay, my human rights. The golem attacks its owner.
To yourself,
yeah. It's just interesting to see how the international order is eating itself. It's as much as people in the beginning of the war were trying to root Russia to disrupt the international system, we're seeing it cannibalize itself right in front of us, though, too. So it's like you don't even have to force it to commit an error. It will do it. It will own goal itself in due time. So anyway, I think that does it, guys. Let me close this out. Back to there we are. Cool. Yeah, that does it for the brief, guys. I don't think we have any major questions. Ducas Rex says, blended oil. Sorry, I prefer single source. Yeah. It's a lot easier to track, right? S14 says, no shock. There must have been Russian SOPs to kill civilians. Yeah, in Volchansk there. We'll get into the combat footage segment here, guys. Real quick, we have about a 5-minute intermission here, and after that, we'll get in combat footage, like I said. Do you have any comments before we head out, Guy?
No.
Okay.
Nah, I'm good.
All right.
5 minutes, you said?
You have about 5 minutes. So we'll be right back, guys.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Helicopter, helicopter. Paracoper, paracoper. Helicopter, helicopter. Shane makotre.
The undisputed heavyweight. For my country! Слава Україні!
For your winner by split decision. And now, the WBO lightweight champion of the world, Denise the Thunder Baranchik!
дружно гупає в грудях, з чистими помислами, твердими кроками, хай світло небесне засяє в людях. Роса вирішує долю, роса приймає рішення без бруду, без блуду, без гною, без болю. Життям своїм залишається втішений. Свій на свого не зійме руку, брат на брата не скаже свого. Прийме удар, піде на муку. Брат за брата, свій за свого. Різкими, зламами лихими, закрутами продирається доля крізь хащі, хай груди заквітнуть червоними рутами. Не втратити честі своєї ні за що. З рідними милими, зі своїми хорошими, власним розумом, власними силами щастя своє збудувати зможемо.
Загиблому герою тричі! Слава нації!
And hello, guys. We're back. My co-host stepped away for a minute. He's smoking. So yeah. I forgot to do it again. Let me get to the map here, guys. Too many things going on. Let me find it here for you, gentlemen. All right, that should bring it up. Okay, I think I need to. Okay, 1 second, guys. I need to update the HTML for that. 1 second. But yeah, good to see John in chat. See everyone else. Let me just get the properties set up for this. There we are. Okay, let me expand it a little bit for you, John. And we'll get to business discussing the ongoing civil war. There we go. Okay, I'll bring that center here. And we'll go around northeast to south again and talk about what's going on. All right. So again, the big news has been what's going on in Kharkiv. So what do we talked about a few things. The destruction of the bridges around this area. These are not entirely supporting attacks. They are somewhat separate. There has been a new development of this particular incursion into basically a windbreak. Again, just them trying to apply pressure. The most success they've had is in this pocket right here, but it's seemingly contained. I don't see if they have any updates on the fortifications here. Don't see any. Anyway, that's probably something Deep State Map will have to update for you guys here. So a lot of the updates we've been talking about is near Lipsy in Kharkiv. This is going to be a major fight for them because they obviously have these suburbs in this area the Russians are trying to push into. This is all contested gray zone, obviously, though. But for right now, the Russians control Hilboke and... Sorry, I apologize for my enunciation. Lukiansi. These are going to probably be their future anchors for any future movements into this area here, if they choose to. Yeah, and back. Hey, bud, how you doing? Just going over the map right now. Yeah, so what we also see here. Can you mute the mic there, bud, before you talk? Just the ambient.
Say again.
Can you just mute the chair noise?
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, so again, just talking about this other bit right here, guys. A lot of just unsettled territory here. Wouldn't make much sense for them to set up fortifications. We'll get to the reason why here also, and why they're not at the border a little bit more. But Volchansk is the front center of the fight right now. We'll go back a few days and show the Russian progress in this sector. We'll go back to about the 13th here, I think, while it loads. Okay, there we go. Got to the 14th. We'll just stick with that. So their main axis of advance has been to the river right here. The layout of Volchansk is interesting. It's basically divided into the north sector and the south sector, and then a lot of other boroughs. These are, again, around the border, so don't really need to hold them, especially if it's split in a river right here. That's just kind of untenable territory. Volchansk is the major node in this area because you have this highway running here, and then also the flank of Kupiansk to the east right here. Sorry, I got that wrong. Sinkivka is what I was talking about. So yeah, as we talked about a long time, this Lyman-Sinkivka axis has been very well defended by the Ukrainians. Trying to dislodge the Ukrainians here has been a pain in the ass for the Russians. Sorry, Kupiansk is... Sorry, I was correct. That's right there, my bad. Yeah, so the theory possibly is that if the Russians can apply more pressure and go along this ground line of communication, they could try to move some of the Ukrainians out of here and create a new front here. So I read an article a while ago. I unfortunately didn't. It's buried somewhere in my notes. But there was an idea of what the Russians were gaming in this area. Basically, they were going to attack from this area from the east and then also from the northwest here and create a new front that would be contiguous from basically Primorsky to Kupiansk or Kalnova here. Consolidating the front to a much more manageable sector, but also taking a lot of real estate and threatening Kharkiv a little bit more. But this would also funnel the Russians into defensible terrain for the Ukrainians, because this is, as you can see, very open terrain aside from the patches of forest in the middle and to the east here. It'd be a very tough fight. But as we're seeing right now, the Russians seemingly are happy with blowing up the bridges in this area right here. So that really doesn't help them in the long term to be mobile around. Yeah, so this was the dam we were talking about, Stary Saltiv. As you can see, this was the footage we showed, which doesn't help the Ukrainians. So as you can see, is not many bridges. The other one is right here. I'm not aware of the status of this particular bridge, but say that these two are destroyed. There's very few bridges across the Usyk River. They got to go through southeast Kharkiv, go through this way, and then drive all the way north again through this particular junction right here. They have to get logistics up there, stretching that chain there a little bit more. But yeah, we'll fast forward here a little bit, show the progress and current state of the fight in Volchansk. And give you a little context. So between the 14th and 16th, everything became contested. And we are... So this is confirmed where they took the hospital in this area. And that's where we're at right now. Don't know because I've also heard reports that Ukrainians hold about 60% of the city. I don't know if they've incorporated, it's how you define the city's borders. But yeah, the Russians have confirmed to have controlled this portion of the northern part of Volchansk. No real incursions to the south of the river here. It's very defendable territory, and yeah, aside from that, there's not much else going in that particular sector. Going into Sinkivka, nothing really new. Everything's pretty much normal. The Ukrainians hold the village, and leaving Petersy is still held by the Russians. Ukrainians did make some headway in this sector a little bit. I don't think they highlighted, unfortunately, but near Turin is also where they blew up a Russian assault group. Nothing really new. Ukraine still hold Turin, and the Russians are still trying to push, but failing at that. And a funny thing I saw before I went live today, another Russian channel on YouTube said that Belhorivka has fallen. Obviously, it hasn't. Again, they're probably talking about advancements in this particular part of the it's not salt mine, the chalk mine. Sorry, I'm trying to remember my facts here. Again, they make an inch a mile in progress for their fight. Yeah, so going down to the going down to the Bakhmut sector, Chasiv Yar. Russians are still trying to push out of Bodanivka toward Kalnivka. No real progress. The Russians have seemingly expanded this pocket right here a little bit more. Strategically, they want to go north, not south. Again, it's just the Russians saying they're taking ground for the sake of taking ground. There's no real point in taking this windbreak here. Ivanevsky, obviously, is where they're trying to squeeze a little bit more, but you can see some country roads still going into this area, but I would say Ukrainians probably have another week or two full of that area. That would effectively move into the next phase, the Russians to push into the southern part of Chasiv Yar. So what we talked about also was the old way that Bakhmut was taken. The Russians moved into here, and they took Opny before assaulting, head on into Bakhmut. Seems like they're doing the same sort of thing. They got 3 axes of advance here. This has been stopped butt cold, as they say in Red Dawn. This has been stalled pretty badly too, but there's also this canal which acts as a defensible barrier. The canal micro-district supposedly has been somewhat contested by the Russians and Ukrainians. Beforehand, this was green. Now it's seemingly contested by the Russians. So that is what's been going on in Chasiv Yar. Going south, there's also been some progress for the Russians in Klishchivka, supposedly. Let me get down to Andriivka. Or Avdiivka, sorry. Yeah, so the major concern with this salient been fairly quiet. I haven't seen a whole lot of progress, as you guys can see on the time lapse here. Going back to last Monday, Russians have petered out. You can see them taking a windbreak right here on the road, but that's it. Like, I'm surprised. Like, they stacked a lot of guys in here, and there hasn't been a whole lot of confirmed movement. So they're in a weird spot. I mean, Ukraine's obviously in a weird spot right here, though, but, like, this salient is somewhat vulnerable. I don't know. If you're going for positional warfare, having these points anchoring your defense, probably pretty good. But if the Ukrainians could make a good break and push into these areas here, they could create a turning movement and take a lot of this ground back. If they counterattack in Keramik, Novo Kalnove, and this area right here, this entire salient would collapse because the Russians would obviously pull back. Don't think it's going to happen, but again, that's oddly vulnerable for the Russians there. So nothing really new in Krasnohorivka. A little bit of progress for the Russians there. Out of Marinka, a little bit of progress for the Russians, but nothing really new. Russians did take Novo Mikhailivka, but they're going slowly through their every little borough toward Konstantinivka. That'll probably be another few months. And we talked about, let me get to the, Yarajne, right? So the original launch point for the counteroffensive was Novopil and Nikunski. We talked about that in a particular deep dive that was kind of fun to talk about. They took a lot of this ground. But the Russians, again, have been crawling and clawing toward Uralizhny a little bit. So the original line was about here, I think, toward the end of the Ukrainian advance. But again, they've been slowly advancing into Uralizhny. Unfortunately, I don't know. I'm not a general, but I would like to see the Ukrainians hold the spare towns because that is a very hard piece of real estate to keep. To take. If the Ukrainians lose that, it's going to be hard to take back. And the point of that was to get down to Starominilka, because that is another node where the Ukrainians could jump off and go west here, and then also southeast, and then get down to Mariupol, down this area, which would start about here. But again, you still have to get the Serovikin line. Again, that was the thought behind it, but that's unfortunately going the wrong way. And then into Robotny was the other bit of advances in the sector by the Russians. Let's Yankee. I'm trying to find Robotny again. I apologize. Oh, yeah, sorry about that right here. So on the map, it just shows contested. We'll go back again a couple days and show progress. Yeah, so it's just contested, it looks like. But we did show a little bit of footage out of this area. This whole area is just wasted. It's the only habitable areas in this area are just basements. There's no real defensible terrain in this area, so holding it really isn't going to do anything for the Ukrainians. There are some trenches here, but we might be seeing the eventual rollback of this pocket right here. Sucks, but again, save lives to fight later. And then that does it, really. The Russians have not done anything on Nestra Island. They've launched a few boats, but they've been intercepted by Ukrainian drones. And in Krinky, Russians have advanced. Sorry, that's the other landing. Krinky is over here, sorry. So yeah, it seems like the Ukrainians have actually expanded the beachhead a little bit, but Russians have advanced along the street a little bit. So that does it for your map update, guys. To give you a little context on what this presentation is going to be for the combat footage. So let me get that up for you guys. Yeah, okay. I don't see any other things in the chat there. So one sec. Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, let me get the other thing open. So, media open. Okay, there we go. All right, guys. So, for anyone new on YouTube or any other of the other media outlets we have, we're going to start off with Azov footage, going to Ukraine stuff, Russian stuff, and then we'll go in. I do have some videos from Israel. If we have any donations tonight, we'll unlock a couple of videos and play a little bit more. There's a 30-minute video from Azov. If you guys want to watch it with me, let me know. Put a little money in the till if you don't mind. Mainly for D. This is his network, and he does a lot of work in the background. So help him out if you can. So anyway, but yeah. So the footage we're going to see here is the Russian Volunteer Corps fighting out of Vovchansk. And that particular BTR was captured by the Volunteer Corps in one of their raids. There you go. All right. Another video here. Same perspective. interesting choice to go down that sort of alleyway, but that is how it is. Let me get the details for this video for you guys real quick. Sorry, I got a couple windows open here. Good. Down. 1 second, I apologize. Okay, so this needs to be translated because it's originally Ukrainian. And this is from Kraken, obviously, you can tell by the octopus there. Row to positions. In this video, you see the extraordinary courage and professionalism of our drivers, maneuvering in difficult conditions under constant fire from enemy artillery. They're responsible for personnel and fire support of units in Chassid Yar. Pretty close.
Dang.
Yeah.
That really big explosion that went across the road.
Mm-hmm. They're probably 152s. All right, and we got another Kraken video for you guys lined up tonight. Let me get to the details here really quickly. Again, it's in Ukrainian, so I gotta get the translation for you. All right. Blow it up for you. Okay. Reflection of the assault in Chassid Yar. On May 17th, the enemy made an attempt to storm Chassid Yar with a roll of 20 vehicles. This attack was repulsed by the forces of the active operations of the Kraken unit and adjacent units. As of 8 p.m. May 18th, there are no occupants in Chassid Yar. The defense continues.
Those Russian vehicles?
Yes, this is a Russian assault. Looks nothing more than a camouflage
turtles.
bus. Yeah.
Yeah, the turtles.
So I don't know exactly where Kraken is stationed at in Chasiv Yar, but I would guess it's either probably Bodanivka or the Canal Micro District. What we're seeing there. But it is worth noting the use of light-skinned vehicles in an assault. We already seen them use golf carts from China, but still that they're using soft-skinned vehicles shows they're either conserving their IFVs a lot more now, or they're just not there. They might be, being repaired or being refurbished in the background, but interesting to know. So yeah, interesting last note here before we go into the Ukraine footage here, guys. Denis Berenchik, he's the new WBO world champion in the light heavyweight category. I showed him in the intermission, I think. The professional semi-lightweight boxer from Luhansk, famous for his bravery and humor, as well as serving in the Kraken Spec Ops unit. So this is definitely our guy who won a world title, oddly enough. The morning he won against Mexican boxer Manuel Navarrete. So that's why you go and box, guys. And him, obviously, in his Hetman Cossack outfit there. So anyway, and yeah, just some more buffoonery there. All right, let's go on to the Ukraine segment here, guys. Again, guys, if you have any questions, please ask. I will do my best to answer any questions. So, for context here, we're going to the Ukraine segment now, and this is from the 63rd Mechanized. Let me blow it up for you guys. You obviously have a map here. I'm going to illustrate details here. This was a repulse of a Russian assault near Torsky. After a certain pause, the enemy once again gathered forces for an assault, which is a commonplace in that area. I'll put this down while I read here a little bit more for you guys. Kotsops made several attempts to break through during the day, using a total of 10 vehicles equipped with infantry. The morning assault began with 3 BMP units and 2 tanks. The defense forces of Ukraine effectively met the enemy with fire and broke all the plans. Interestingly, the Muscovites hung all the equipment with REBs. I'm not sure what that means. But our fighters arranged a surprise with American democracy, came to meet the bastards. I'm guessing that's our artillery shells then. It is worth noting the work of the gunners who worked diligently burning the equipment with the landing party. This is translated from Ukraine. So obviously, Depicums, so that's what they're talking about there. Good sympathetic detonation. Interesting that it was probably the phosphorus smoke screen that detonated there after the fire reached the discharger there. All right, this is the first minutes, supposedly, of the Russian offensive into Kharkiv, which the border guards repelled this particular attack. Pretty well concealed outpost, too.
Кто тут?
Ваня, заряжай патрон. На.
There you go. Yeah, apologize for that, guys. I had a bit of a hiccup burp, or a computer burp there. A little bit on the show. Apologize for the irate too. Anyway, this is a particularly interesting video. You'll see a drone fly into this window right here, and the detonation is worth noting. Might have been an ammo depot. You have no real idea how it detonated that big, but we'll watch that again. Yeah, Alex had an interesting note on the explosives, but I didn't take that down, unfortunately. But yeah, I suppose
those are some good piloting skills. Going
Yeah,
through a window
yeah.
that small.
Yeah, well, the Ukrainian pilots are pretty fucking awesome. I watched a thing this morning from I forgot the name of the outlet from YouTube there, but yeah, no, they actually, the guy they interviewed was supposed to be a medical student, but he found his calling as a drone pilot. So anyway, yeah, so this is an interesting video. The context of it is that this was a Ukrainian trench. One guy defending against 4 Russian assaulters at point blank range. So I'm just going to go and show this to you guys. Ukrainians right here, and you see these guys are just within spitting range of each other too. So in this case, I would probably support, that's why you don't stick your head out of the trench, I guess, because he's poking right into your trench there anyway. Yeah. So yeah, like despite all the surveillance and transparency of the battlefield, it's still like nuts to butts, as they used to say in the Navy, right? Deadly close, like, yeah. I mean, effectively, this is like hand-on-hand combat really with guns.
Yep.
And obviously someone's getting... So what's also important here is you're seeing this guy got hit here. So one of his friends somewhere seeing what's going on. He put on a enfilade of fire, neutralizing this assaulter right here.
Yeah. Getting him in the crossfire, basically.
Right, yeah, and get your, what do you call that, overlapping sectors of fire.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I wonder like how they got there without him even knowing.
Well, typically,
they just get thrown in there, and then it's just like, okay, crawl over the trench.
I do have a video later to show you. There was a Russian assault where they literally dumped, I think it was a squad of guys from the MTLB within like 20 yards of a trench, and they all just get smoked. But typically, the preparation is glide bombs to destroy major fortifications, artillery to suppress, destroy any remains, drones to again suppress and pick out precision targets. And then they'll roll on with the assault element of like 1 to 2 tanks, 4 to a dozen IFVs. One tank will suppress the point, the other will try to intercept the reinforcements coming to the point from the other side. IFVs will dump their cargo, even cargo, beat feet out of there, and at that point it's up to the assaulters to take the fortification. That's typically what we see. So how they got that close was probably just pure suppression from all those elements.
From all these videos, I don't see many videos of
Russians defending trenches or anything like that, whenever I see drone footage, it's usually, especially when it's defensive trenches, it's like Ukrainians, or from the perspective of Ukrainians, and it seems almost like either Russia can't keep up with their drone munitions as much, or they just don't film it as often or whatever. And I don't know, because like it does seem like they're the ones dropping people out on trucks, getting smoked from guys and Ukrainians in concealed positions. So either that, or maybe Ukrainians are getting a little bit more creative at concealing themselves from drones. Yeah.
It might be a factor, a little bit of all those factors you talked about, but again, the strategic reason why we think
Yes.
They don't have that particular playbook too well. They have to, when you're defensive, you don't need as many fires to defend a point. You need a superiority of fires to assault a point and take ground. Again, to suppress the target or destroy the target. And by maintaining a strategic defense, the Russians are having to expend their own manpower to take points and attrit their forces just trying to take turf. We've seen that the Russians don't care about this though, but that might have knock-on effects within a year and a half if this war continues that long. I forgot to share the points there, but that's the reason why we're all. Oh, sorry, the FPV drones. The Russians have. Go ahead.
Well, I do. From the footage I have seen of like guys, it does seem like Ukrainians care more about their fighting positions than Russians do. Like whereas, like what we've talked about before, Russians leave a lot of garbage.
Yeah,
and that is like a huge indicator to a drone pilot. Oh, there's tons of garbage over there, and a little hole or whatever. So maybe Ukrainians are good at keep all the garbage inside, cover it up with as much brush as possible to make it look natural. And it's just harder to find. And that's how those dudes in that trench got stuck in that situation where they were forced to crawl up to in the open only to get literally bushwhacked from a murder hole. It's just like, sheesh.
This next one is from the Assault Battalion Black Swan of the 255th Strike Group, holding the defensive Chasiv Yar on the 14th of May. It says English subtitles in it, so you'll have a little insight from the Ukrainian speaker here.
По нашому напрямку на Часів Яр ворог рухається малими групами, накатує в декількох місцях одразу, намагається прощупати нашу оборону. Ми працюємо скидами, ворог підтягнув реби, зараз дуже важко працювати ФПВ. Також другу ніч слідкуємо, як ворог проводить ротацію на нашому напрямку. Наразі в самому місті Часів Яр жодних груп росіян немає. Тримаємо оборону.
There you go. Going back north, guys, we're going to show a video of shelling of Volchansk. This was a particularly interesting aerial footage I want to show you, though. So this is an interesting example of Russian artillery at work. Not as precise as Ukrainian artillery, but kind of a grid square method, basically, in practice here. So you can see the concentration is mainly in this area where the main road is going through the town, and this node right here, but there's also a trench right here if you didn't see it. But again, you see the concentration of Russian artillery is trying to hit it. We also have these flyers, what we call in the gun range, out here almost hitting a civilian area, and then all these other flyers out here too. But again, your group concentration is right around the trench line there. And the next one is a continuation of the same theme, but this is the city itself. The city of Volchansk right now is the caption here. Reports are that Ziggers are shooting civilians on sight, and some did not evacuate. So you get a wider view of the city on fire at this point. No sound. Sorry, the video did freeze? I apologize. I don't know why I did that. Okay. Well, anyway, you can kind of see a picture here, still picture of the destruction of the city. I don't know why the video player's not working right now. But anyway, so we'll press on to the next video here. This one is in Ukrainian too, so let me get the details for you here. Okay, so this is taken from the Hate Group. This is the longer video of that same footage we showed during the brief. This is an assault on Russian positions, clearing enemy dugouts. They also captured Russian soldiers. We'll wheel back to this, though. It is a bit long, so don't need to show all of it, though, but I will get to it if we have more time for it. Sorry. There is one thing I did want to mention. This is a text here. I'll try to summarize as best as possible. So we are used to seeing the employment of turtle tanks. You can predictably see that they'll probably go the way of the dodo. With the delivery of munitions and artillery shells from America at this point, the reason for them is probably going to go down. It doesn't make sense for them to employ those sheds anymore, whatever you want to call them, if artillery is going to just bust them, right? The whole point was that, the Ukrainians were down to one method of destruction of tanks at range, well, for the most part, right? It was FPV drones. But now the artillery is around, and they're getting more AT-4 rocket launchers, javelins, stuff like that. They're probably not going to be used anymore. Sorry, Clown World Gamer says Russian tactics are still the same since Peter the Great's time. Yeah, they are indeed. Anyway, so I'll read this paragraph here for you guys. When the blockade finally lifted last month, the Pentagon swiftly rushed $1.4 billion of fresh munitions to Ukraine. Those shells and missiles, combined with large consignment of ammunition coming from the Czech Republic, are altering the dynamics of the 600-mile front of the wider war. When Russian regiments attack, Russian-Ukrainian brigades can now fire 100-pound shells and 50-pound missiles, in addition to launching 2-pound drones. That explains why so many turtle tanks are getting wrecked. Thin metal roof might deflect a flimsy drone packing a pound of explosive, but it's worse than useless against an artillery round whose explosive payload could exceed 25 pounds. I don't know why they're talking weight so much, but it's just the way it is written. Punching right through the turtle tank's shell, the round could even spark a fire that turns the metal encased vehicle into an oven. I think that's an important point. Equally problematic for turtle tank's crew and passengers, the welded-on metal shell impedes their visibility, which could block their escape if their vehicle gets immobilized. Again, like we talked about, it turns into an assault gun. Turtle tanks' poor vision and mobility weren't necessarily major problems as long as the tanks were unlikely to take heavy damage. Now that they're getting blasted by heavy munitions, the turtle tank crews can't afford to be blind and trapped. As Ukrainians rearm the coming weeks and months, they might find it easier to knock out these attacking turtle tanks. And they might compel the Russians to abandon their crewed vehicle design. So just worth noting. And this particular video right here we'll see next. So we talked about the assault of 5 tanks, 5 BMPs, equaling up to 10 total units. This is that video. This was taken from the 63rd Mechanized Brigade with the assistance of attached units and comrades in arms from the 60th Mechanized adjacent to them. As a result of the incredibly accurate artillery shots and finishing drones, 5 tanks and 5 BMTs were burned. Unfortunately, to stop such enemy breakthroughs, one has to pay a high price. It has to pay the highest price. But we guarantee that every drop of our warriors' blood was not shed in vain. Okay, we'll go and play that right now then. I apologize, guys. This is a replay of another video, but we'll play through it. So we're going to skip to the next one because it is a 12-minute video of what we already saw with the border skirmish. This is some of the text that you got about the fight there. Yeah, so this next one is some crazy detailed footage of Ukrainian soldiers approaching a Russian-held building. This is supposedly involved Chansk also. Eventually, Russians decide to surrender after being outnumbered. You also see the employment of an FPV drone on the second story, I think. Was probably the convincing factor for the Russians to surrender. To see them barricaded in there, you're not really wanting to storm it if they're already barricaded in. So they're trying to get their angles, but obviously with concealment of the curtain there, the advantage is to the defender. So again, that drone probably convincing the Russians to not defend. And what's interesting is just observing the movements of, and their spacing, obviously it's about 5 meters, which is probably what you want. Just observing the windows, where they can shoot, where the Russians can also shoot, and where their gathering point is for the cordoning off the building. I'm not sure if that's a Russian or not on the ground there, but yeah, it is a prisoner, sorry. That's them taking the Russians down. So you see about a half dozen Russians taken prisoner there. So, good day's work. So say I'm applying a tourniquet, obviously, to the wounded Russian. Okay, so we're going to take a small detour here, guys. So there's been some ongoings in the Pacific, the French territory of New Caledonia. I'll give you a little overview here. The French overseas territory is home to 25% of the world's nickel reserves. This is an important material because it is increasingly important in the production of ammunition, batteries, accumulators, mobile phones, and flat screens. It's also important for semiconductors, as I understand it. The island makes France the 5th largest nickel exporter in the world. Observers assume that if France were to withdraw, the People's Republic of China would quickly try to gain influence in New Caledonia in order to get its hands on nickel reserves, because we all know China is trying to seek strategic rare earths. In order to create a monopoly of those particular resources. China is also planning to build harbors in Vanuatu and Papua New Guinea. According to observers, there would no longer be necessary if China had the influence of New Caledonia. An important internal politics in New Caledonia. They had repeated referendums for independence, and over time they have gained popularity, right? But COVID fucked up their last one. It took a nosedive to like 19-ish%, if I can remember the last numbers. I'm going off the source I watched this on. And basically, because of the low sympathy for that referendum during COVID, again, it's always a caveat they throw out, they aren't going to have another referendum for another 40 years. So what's also been going on recently is there's been protests, there's been people that been shot and killed, policemen have been killed. So this has forced Macron and the French government to send troops to New Caledonia. Again, this is in the Pacific. So on top of all this, TikTok has been banned also to prevent any sort of footage from coming out through that medium. And at least 4 people, again, have been killed, including a police officer. This is some footage from that those riots going on right now.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Them trying to evacuate some civilians. So not a huge happening, but it is worth noting just due to the nature of the island itself and its strategic resources. I am skipping a picture here, but we'll just hold on to this picture here. So a little amplifying information also. I totally blanked on this, unfortunately. Yeah, so we skipped the assassination attempt of the Slovakian Prime Minister, Mr. Fico, right? So he got shot 5 times, and I think 1 or 2 shots went through his intestines. Again, very painful, but also very complicated procedure due to the fact that there's so many points of entry, with those organs there, right? So over time, they've had 2 operations on him, and one time they couldn't find the bleeding, so they thought he would have died, but supposedly he's out of a comatose state, and he's still in a critical state right now. But we'll see how it goes. It's still pretty touch and go with him right now. As far as the war is concerned with him, he is against Ukraine. He is kind of an Orban-like figure in Slovakia, and the complication also with that strategically is that there's a repair base in Slovakia. And that helps with the repair and maintenance of Western equipment that's been given to Ukraine. And there's a lease coming up on that right now, too. So supposedly, based on the article I read, that there is an agreement that the lease will be extended, but the conditions of that extension are still being worked out. We'll see. So that's the unfortunate part of it, though. But the amplifying information I want to give to you guys here is that the video footage we gave a couple of weeks ago was a member of his party was an avowed communist, basically, right? So the guy that shot him was 70-year-old Yurja Sintula, who, according to media reports, shot the prime minister and may have been linked to a pro-Russian paramilitary group, Slovinsky Branci. If I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize. But it is an unregistered paramilitary group that has been operating in Slovakia since 2012. Journalists wrote that the organization cooperated with the Slovakian branch of Night Wolves, as its members were trained by former Russian special forces. So essentially, this guy is also a avowed communist in the sense. It's another one of those weird instances where communism is mixed with a tinge of nationalism in Eastern Europe. Take for what you want, but that's how these politics work sometimes. Yeah, so essentially, in my estimation, this is kind of like a communist killing a communist in a weird way. It would be, a leftist for shooting a leftist. But again, one of Eastern Europe's finest traditions, right, is that sort of thing. So, wanted to give that to you guys. All right, so this particular gentleman here, unfortunately, died on May 15th. He is, in May 15th, in Kozmash, Ibana Frankivsko Blast, memorial board was opened in honor of Edward Walton Wilton, the third, actually, very Anglo name. Cult sign Hans, a respected member of the Bravo Company, the First International Legion. Hans came to Ukraine to join the Legion in the spring of 2022. Driven by a sense of justice and pride in his Ukrainian heritage, he was killed in action in the Battle of Novoselevsky on 7th of April, 1 year later. Locals came together for a memorial gathering, paying their respects with a moment of silence, followed by prayers in the national anthem. The spirit of courage of Hans, alongside his fallen heroes, will continue to inspire the fight for freedom. So put up some salutes there, guys, if you can, for Mr. Hans. So, Okay, so this next video right here is some pictures of a young lad and his memorial plaque there, along with the blood flag of Ukraine. That's a picture of him right there. Okay, so this was put up by Intel Slava Z, so I thought this was interesting. The context of what they put out is that Russian soldiers captured the central city hospital of Volchansk. But you'll see some peak Russian world here. Despite fierce resistance of the enemy, etc., etc. How they talk. They're probably in there sacking the hospital, but pay attention to the second story and this awning right here. You'll see some clownery happen right on it. You see the guy coming out of the window and tries to jump and slips and falls down. Just falling around like a good Vatnik, I guess. Anyway, now he doesn't know what to do. I broke his fucking leg. Yeah. So anyway, so that's what happens when Russians take over our hospital in Volchansk. All right. So my co-host here was asking about how Russians assault trenches. This is a good example of that. So this is a Russian attempt to assault a Ukrainian position, and they get eliminated from disembarking from their MTLB. So again, trench line right here, and asses backed up into the fortification there. See the small arms fire impacts. The grenade goes off there. Again, no covering fire. More grenades popping off around them. You can already see the attack petering out here because these guys are taking cover already wounded. This is why you don't attack a fortified position without fire superiority. But again, the Russians really don't care about that. So you see a handful of them still in the fight. This guy is still moving around. The guy up here is still shooting there too. But a lot of these guys are already gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a waste.
It's...
Jeez.
Yeah, and, you know...
It's
and,
like,
go ahead.
All the Ukrainians have to do is not, like, throw trash everywhere and then just wait for the vehicle to stop, pull them all out, let them all get out, and then, like, right as you see the whites of their eyes, blast them. Jeez. Yeah. It's like, what do they expect to happen?
You see it a lot of the time. So this is some footage from Volchansk, guys. There's no real context to this, so I just want to show you what the city looks like from the ground level a little bit back.
Нет, здесь еще 3. Поднимайте руки, выходите!
Show you the next video, the same thing. This is on the forests around Volchansk. And helmet cam footage, not body cam footage.
Передай своему синдикату привет. Ребят, давай добьем его. Приходим, пойдем добьем его. Давай. Пошли, пацаны, добьем его нахуй.
Checking himself out.
I mean, aside from the war, beautiful countryside, though, I just have to say. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, it's springtime.
Yeah.
Everything's grown back.
Yeah. Good little setup on his gun, though. Obviously, hit a piece of Russian armor there. You get that weird bleed out there. Oh, it's infrared problems. But anyway. So yeah, a new resource I found, guys, is a page called Infactum. Again, this is all in Cyrillic, but if you pay for Telegram, you get a translator, so it kind of helps to learn from the sources itself. But this is a map of Vovchansk, and an interesting turn of events. We're so used to seeing boat footage from Kriki and the Delta out there. The Russians are actually employing boats in the Volchar River here. So we do have some footage of that, though. So I'll give you the highlights here that this particular site was talking about. A video where a group of Russian soldiers is trying to probe our defenses in the eastern part of the city in the area of the Volchar River. It can be seen how the group runs into a Ukrainian fighter, begins to fire at them at close range. After that, the group begins to move into the other directions, the west, along the coast of the right northern side, is how it says. But anyway, so it's just interesting to note that the Russians are actually employing boats in Kharkiv Oblast also. So this is your thermal, and then the boat is right here. Sorry, right here. I'm supposing these are the Russians here.
Це є підари, на них немає розпізнавальних знаків. Один заникався під кладку, 4 забігло в посадку. Давай. О, блядь. Нахуй. Опача. Блядь, понял. Зараз, блядь. І отакого, підераси, блядь. Один ліг, нахуй, мозги вилетів, нахуй, якраз в той район, що надо, блядь. Зараз сюди принесуть пока. Заряжай, братан.
Yeah, that's what I have to use.
Ви бачите їх приблизно? У вас пішов карандашик, описа.
Backblast.
Ти сука.
Interesting to note, just real quick, guys. I just noticed an interesting little fact here. They had an MG, German MG2 there. Let me just find it real quick. Kind of see the muzzle right there. I saw the outline of the barrel shroud there. Kind of, yeah, there you go. Good, yeah, so got your German machine gun there too, so it's pretty cool.
Ай, блядь. Так будуть говорити, що баранці ніхуя не воюють, блядь. Ніхуя не вміють, блядь.
So there you go. All right, guys, we're almost done with the Ukrainian side of things. Before we go into the Russian side of things, we've got a couple more videos here. So this is a destruction of a Russian assault group near Lipsk. in the Kharkiv region. This is on the left side of their assault. Looking at the map. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me engage chat real quick here, too. Clown World Gamer says the boomer who shot the prime minister claimed he did so because FICO allied with the far right in the current government. I'm not familiar with the coalition government they have, but all right. Oh, thank you. Return Ship says, thanks for the stream, gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, we'll watch the other video if you guys want tonight. Just let me know in chat if you want to watch the longer Azov video tonight. And the video my co-host has given us also. Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Wasn't the guy who was shot, wasn't he like just slightly he was just slightly less communist than the other guy or something?
Well, this is the weird thing with how to put it. I mean, like, populism can be left or right wing, right? My understanding is that he was a Eurosceptic, didn't like Ukraine and the money going to them. It's the usual lines, right? However, again, because not everyone is a Russian agent, you're going to have people that view current leadership under different contexts, and he got shot because, according to Clone Old Gamer, he was aligned with the right wing, in the government, right? So most right-wing people in the West right now are Eurosceptic and somewhat aligned with Russia. That might have been a reason why, but that's probably just one of those black sheep events that happened, and the guy got shot for it. People are taking up political violence now. We live in that era. I don't know. Yeah,
it is beginning to happen a lot more often.
It is.
Sure.
Anyway, so this is elimination of Russian soldiers here. Again, in Kharkiv. Got hit, obviously. It goes for that video, and this is the last one from Ukraine, guys. This is the successful deployment of GSLBD drones. There was problems with them when they were first rolled out to Ukraine, but I guess the manufacturer troubleshot it and fixed the problem. Yeah, I forget the details, but this is a example of them being used in the field. The music, I'm confused sometimes too. Yeah, I'm going to rewind that real quick just to see here. So you see several points of impact, though. It's really interesting. that pretty much wraps it up there. But yeah, just interesting to note. Again, there was 20 Russians in that particular building. Was the count. Okay, so we're on the Russian side of footage here, guys. It is a little bit more comical because we do need some relief. But this next one is interesting. This is we showed a few examples of Russian assaults failing. This one is a little bit more successful. It's interesting. Intense visuals of Russian soldiers carrying out assault operations on the northern front. This is also them using Desert Cross ATVs. No sound to it, though. So you see the small arms impacts and the ATVs dashing away. See some mortar strikes and light arms fired bouncing all around these guys. It's about a squad-sized element advancing, and not too disciplined formation, but advancing nonetheless. You really don't see this often from the Russian side either. So they do take the point, it seems like, and this is a Russian tank again, giving supporting fire to the windbreak there for their soldiers advancing. They're up in this point right here. That other tank is down the road to our back left here, obviously. So you see the trail shot there of the high explosive round. There's also a caption going around saying this was an example of Russians showing friendly fire. I'm not entirely sure about that, but I just wanted to show for the assault part of this video. Clown World Gamer says, cluster munition artillery barrage. The last video. That is a ground-launched small diameter bomb. It is a drone that carries a several rounds of bombs. I don't know if they're a cluster. I think there's several ways of loading those things. I don't entirely remember. Yeah, no shoot. Shot.
It's probably as versatile as a shotgun, I'm sure.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the video for that. So we'll go into some domestic news here, guys. In Russian Yekaterinburg, a girl stabbed a soldier who refused to buy her a gift. Elena rested and drank together with her beloved soldier in the dormitory. Conversation turned to a gift that the man refused to buy. So Elena grabbed a knife and stabbed her friend. The bleeding orc ran out to the entrance where she caught up to him and finished him off. As it turned out, the girl was repeatedly imprisoned for inflicting grievous bodily harm. So this is a legitimate crazy-ass bitch. But before her victims were lucky, they survived. But this guy obviously didn't. So psycho-ass bitch. Just be aware. Anyway. I can't get a picture of this, though, but there's a Telegraph article that says that there was a commander of the Russian army, a female commander, boasted of killing civilians. She became Russia's first female commander to die in Ukraine. But yeah, just want to mention that. And going on to the next thing here, this is a Russian Orthodox priest blessing a Russian van, because that's what they got to do. More soft-skin vehicles.
Хлеб наш насущный дашь нам днесь, оставь нам долги наши, якоже мы оставляем должником нашим. Слава Отцу и Сыну и Святому Духу, ныне и присно, во веки веков. Аминь. Придите, поклонимся Цареве нашему Богу, придите, поклонимся, преподем Христу, Цареве нашему Богу. Благословляется и освящается колесница сия во имя Отца, Сына.
You think you'd want to pray for the men and not the vehicles?
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a little weird, praying for an inanimate object.
it's what Russian Orthodoxy does. And don't take this wrong. I actually have immense respect for Orthodoxy, probably more than most denominations of Christianity, to be frank. Again, this is my own personal opinion. It doesn't have any bearing on other people's individual beliefs, but it is just odd how often we see Russian priests blessing vehicles of war in an unjust cause. I think it is just worth mentioning, for some sort of introspection of the place of spiritualism and terrestrial conflict. Or, yeah, you get what I'm saying, though. I mean, I've talked to other Orthodox people outside of the Russian Orthodox Church. I'll give you an example, right? So I do go to a couple of Orthodox churches here and there, right? There was one Ukrainian one I went to, and I was a little confused in one particular part of their ceremony, their mass, right? They do their Eucharist and all the other stuff right during mass, but then they would obviously read off a huge list of names, and they do it a couple times, right? And I was like, after times I went, the list got longer and longer and longer. I was like, oh, these are people they know that probably passed. So I brought it up with a person I know that is a different denomination. It's not Ukrainian, of Orthodoxy. I asked that particular person what that part of the ceremony was. It's like, oh, they're commending their souls to God. They're taking care of their spiritual well-being in the afterlife. I was like, is that because they died? It's like, no, they don't have to die in that particular instance. It's just like they might have been relatives that passed before the war or anything else like that. It's probably because the congregation is growing that they have more names on the list. So I'm like, oh, okay, that makes some sense. At least, that might be my mental cope. But it was interesting to note that when I mentioned the part about, well, are they dead from the war? It's like, no, the church can't do that, is what that particular person said. I was surprised. I was like, well, why? Because that is, again, according to that particular person's interpretation of Orthodoxy, the church is solely concerned about the connection of the soul to God and people's relationship with God, not these affairs on this world, so to speak. Right? It would be I'm trying to remember. It would be not blasphemy, but it would be disrespectful to put the church's affairs with something like that, right? Something so mortal, I guess. I don't really put it though right on the right words right now. But you get what I'm saying, though. Putting the church in that context of like a war for politics, invading another country, another Orthodox neighbor, is not good for the church's health, so to speak. So that was their opinion. So that I want to give you that a little bit of wisdom as best as I can, remember it. So anyway, this next video right here is more Nepalese soldiers in Russia being trained what direction to shoot. You see them pointing Ukraine, Russia. So, kind of funny.
Okay, training. Пойдем, поговорим. Fire, war, удар. War, this side. Да, какого ебашь? Okay, окей. Забыл нас.
А кто старший, я не пойму. Тут старший кто?
Only English.
English. А вас что, блядь, тут четвером, блядь, пятером кинули вас? Охуеть. У тебя переводчика нету?
Нет у него никакого. Они по-английски, умеешь по-английски говорить?
Нихуя, ебать.
Да.
Ukraine, that way.
Север Украины, смотри.
Anyway.
Так. North, West. North, West. Правильно? Север.
South.
Хахуй.
Ukraine.
Really like foreign fighters. They can't speak Russian.
Yeah, these are Nepalese fighters from Nepal.
Oh.
So you kind of see the face of one of them right here. Yeah, this guy right here is from Nepal, obviously, and they're explaining the directions here. Ukraine that way, we're over here, no, north, friendly, this whole thing. So.
You know what's weird is like the image blurring thing like didn't work. I literally saw all their faces.
I know, yeah. You see this guy's face, see his face, you see this guy's
and then
face.
it will go back and forth, and it's just like, okay.
What's the point? Yeah.
Туда? Yeah.
So this is part of the people we talked about during the brief that are being pipelined into the Russian military for these meat assaults. And he's just laughing at them. He's just like, yeah, they're gonna die.
Вас тут одних бросили, я в шоке. Давайте. Спасибо. Не за что.
Well, none of them have guns. They haven't given them guns yet.
I can't tell, yeah.
Охуеть.
Anyway, so that gives you an idea of the composition of Russian front lines. Okay, so we talked about the sinking of a Russian boat. This is some interesting footage from a Russian perspective of that drone attack. Guessing one of the drones did get hit, or they thought... Oh, yeah, sorry, this is an aerial hit here. But I want you guys to note the background they're shooting. It's a lot of tracers, going beyond the harbor into what's obviously a civilian area.
Yeah.
Look at all that. Yeah.
This one was really interesting. And those are Russian-held civilian areas?
Yeah. This is in Crimea.
Oh.
Yeah. So just to note again, you see the detonation in the air. That's obviously an aerial drone. But all the tracers going into apartment blocks, this pier area here, just all of it going straight over their heads and into the civilian area.
Well, yeah, you can see rounds ricocheting off the buildings.
Yeah. So, anyway. Just, I don't know. Just speaks for itself. I don't know what to really say about it, though. It's just like, yeah, someone probably died. You know, you blew up a drone, but yeah, so you probably killed a civilian doing that. So. Anyway, let me engage chat a little bit here.
Well, hopefully the only civilians that died were the Russian supporters.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, good to see you, Radio Road. Conroe Gamer comments: Catholics should have the Pope that blesses fighter jets and bombers. Yeah. And then Dudicus Rex comments: yeah, just Imperial Army things. Yeah, that's very true. Again, there's always the debate in my mind: is like, do you really want the separation of church and state, or do you want both to be, synchronized? Right. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I'm on the fence. I'm just gonna say I'm not entirely convinced by either side's arguments right now. In this particular context, I'm like, yeah, we know that Patriarch Kirill is an FSB stooge, and having that sort of influence of the Russian state to influence something that should be separate from the state in that sense, right? The politics of the state should be infused so directly into their religious practices. It cheapens the spirituality, the spiritual investment that people put into the church, and it makes it complicit in the crimes of the state at the same time, right? I don't know. It doesn't do anyone a favor when that sort of thing happens. So anyway, this is a couple of examples of Russian training of these new recruits into the Russian army. Oh, we've shown this one before. This is good. Okay. Just trying to figure out which end the rocket launcher goes. I'm trying to fix it. This might be different. I apologize. We remember something else with the back last couple.
Did he? Oh, is he going to fire into the room?
He pulls out the. I don't think I've seen this one before.
What the fuck?
Oh, you know how this is gonna go.
He has no. He's fuck it. Just throw
Yeah.
the damn. It's broken.
Just wait. Anyway, so this next one shows them in a class being taught how to use it.
Треугольник поймал?
It was Congolese.
Большим. Самым длинным пальцем, вот. Длинным пальцем.
I figure out which button it is.
Вот. У тебя работает только один палец. Ты все пальцы туда не ставишь. Понял? Когда нажимаешь, вот сейчас у тебя, ты дернул.
Get your toothless Botnik back there.
Ты треугольник должен взять в тот круг. Понял сейчас? Принцип. Хорошо понял? Да. Здесь вот 1, 100, 200 и так далее. Цифры идут. Понял?
Anyway, so there you go. And lastly, the Russian section, guys, before we go to the Israel stuff really quickly. This is a fact sheet of the new casualty of the Russian. So this is the whole composition of the Russian fleet in the Black Sea at the start of the war. Obviously, everything on fire is what's been destroyed or sunk. So again, the sub, the Moskva, and this is the latest kill right here. It's one of those Moskvas. So anyway, just worth noting. And yeah, go to the Israel stuff real shortly, and we'll put on some of the bonus stuff we unlocked tonight, thanks to the generous donations. Okay, so this next one right here is from Al Qassam Brigades. I haven't shown any of this footage in a while, but some of these are fairly interesting ones to show. This is the Al Qassam Brigade shot an IDF soldier with a sniper rifle. Supposedly he shot with an AM-50 Sayad, which is a 12.7 millimeter anti-material rifle. I got this from Funker when he did his last show. It was, after combat footage. Supposedly based on, I guess there's only been one of these captured by Western forces. And supposedly the manufacture of these is based off a Heckler and Koch. I think it was a German one. I forgot which rifle it was. But again, these are reverse engineered Iranian designs. And supposedly the rifle that was captured was chiseled and just really rough edges, poor finish. But again, it should be noted that the caliber is a 12.7 millimeter round, and this particular IDF soldier that does get hit is going to be on the left. You'll see the effect of that, and the ricochet goes through the berm, basically, well, the concrete in front of them and behind them. Goes right to them. No sound. So obviously that's going to be your subject of interest right here. These guys to cover, and this guy stands up before he slumps over.
انتقاما لدماء شهدائنا وأرضنا وديننا وعرضنا نموت دون ذلك.
So the shot hit right here, you see it go through and then bounces off to the right. But obviously you can see the entry from his right side goes out to his left side. And the other guys take cover, but yeah, he guys obviously KIA. There you go. And I'm guessing this guy's tending to his buddy, but the other guy looks like he jumped out of there, so. Alright, so these next ones are fairly interesting also. It's how close the shots are to these Merkava tanks. The next one after this is also interesting, though, but this is worth noting because these were taking in close range near Jabalia. And Jabalia was supposedly cleared by the IDF, right? But now there's reports of them having to go back in for the third time into some of these areas. Like we talked about at the start of this operation with the IDF, they aren't clearing and holding these areas. They're clearing them, but then backing out, right? So word is that a lot of the commanders and soldiers within Gaza are getting effing fed up with Netanyahu's government, basically, because they're not coming up with a political exit strategy. They're still just fighting and clearing and fighting and withdrawing and doing rinse and repeat the whole time. A lot of soldiers are getting killed, and Hamas is learning very quickly with this whole thing. So this is them still using those same tunnels, blowing up tanks. So here we go.
Bismillah.
Can't really tell confirmation on the hit or not, but in this particular one, you'll see them set up at PKM and shoot at about a squad-size element of IDF soldiers, about 200 kilometers or meters away. Sorry, meters. They'll shoot. It's in this sector right here. And they do hit some of them. And we obviously don't have context, but this guy's buddy is dead. So they're dragging this guy on the ground, trying to get it back into the hole. Right, so there was some sort of return fire there. Okay. So this next one is probably the most interesting. You're going to see a sabotage unit of these Al Qassam guys use a handheld bomb, but there's an IDF soldier guarding the tanks, but he doesn't see them. It's pretty interesting. The balls are harassing these guys. Got a lot of tanks parked right on top of a tunnel entrance. Just holy fuck. Got your Makavas, your IFV right there.
Those are essentially mines, right?
Yeah, they're I forgot what you call them, but yeah, they're just basically you place them on a tank or near it. You'll see in a minute that there's a space between here on the Merkava tank. Here's the soldier. This is the weak spot. We've seen them place like magnetic mines or detonators on this area to try to blow up the tank, right? But this guy's coming popping out of a hole, and here's the IDF soldier not paying attention to all this. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. He's about to have a real bad day. So I don't know how effective that's going to be. You know, you place it right here, not on the tank. I don't know. It seems a little
maybe they don't have magnets or something.
I don't know. It's questionable how effective that's going to be. But again, it's
it's like a giant shaped satchel.
It could be a shaped charge, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. It's a shaped charge satchel where you just run up and toss it next to the thing.
So you see right here, this guy's in the hole. The guy's like, get the fuck out of the hole! And he's trying to get his shot off here. He shoots underneath. Anyway, yeah, just total clusterfuck at the end there. But then you hear
what are you doing?
But then you hear the shaped charges go on.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Man, they are apparently still having a hard time getting rid of those tunnels.
Yeah, there's just no way you can get them all.
Yeah. They were obviously, they've obviously been preparing for a while. They knew this was going to happen for a long time.
I would guess that's a hit.
هيها ولعت. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر ولله الحمد الله أكبر ولله الحمد.
Can't really tell what that is.
بسم الله الله أكبر. تفجير عين نفد داخلها قوة خاصة.
Oh, collapsing the tunnel on him.
قد موضوع هذا. هي تمام؟ تمام خلاص يلا.
Oh, they captured their
أرسلوا
little rover.
رباطاتهم فها هي بأيدينا فما لو أرسلوا جنودهم.
Well, there you go. Anyway.
The it's like they those little robots they use for looking through pyramids.
Anyway, so that does it for the combat footage, guys. But thankful for the donations. I will dig up the 30-minute video here. Just find it real quick. Yeah, just go engage chat if you could a little bit. My co-host. I forget which name we want to use you for right now.
Sounds good. Just Macintosh.
Mac.
Yeah. So, Clown World Gamer says, "Cool drone." I'm assuming you're talking about the pyramid, the pyramid crawler.
Yeah.
Yeah. They seem to be really desperate with trying to eliminate the use of tunnels. It seemed obvious to me since like the start of Israel's invasion of those regions. Like the Palestinians have known something like this was going to happen for a while, and not only did they start building a ton of extra tunnels, but I'm sure that there were plenty of tunnels even before the war. Like I bet you some of these tunnels have been around before, like Israelis were in Palestine for all we know. So it's a very old place. So has Barak Sidol Haspersidal. I want to start doing shit like this to homeless encampments. Well, unfortunately, the only thing we can do nowadays is challenge them to a boxing match.
Yeah, I apologize, guys. I'm trying to bring up the mute. Okay, here we go. Okay, we got the video up. Let's see what we can see here on the video feed real quick. Make sure we got that up. No, it's not showing. I apologize.
I'll keep going on.
Yeah, could you actually could you do me a favor? Could you download this as a MP4, send that to me, and I can use a Telegram media viewer.
Oh, you're talking about the drone.
The drone.
New
if you want to show that, I can. Yeah, I've seen it as an MP4.
Okay, let me see.
So
here, hold on.
Yeah, I'll get to the other thing here. So this is going to be the Azov video, guys. This was an assault on Russian positions in Crimea, in the Serbyansk forest. There's a lot of moving parts to this. I'll try to go over as best as I can. And yeah, let me get the video back up here. Make sure that's the right one. Okay, I think we're having some issues here. 1 second. Let me check that. So that's closed. Should be working on the media viewer. Okay, let me just check the properties here real quick, guys. Okay, that. Interesting. Okay, I think we have an overlay problem. Let me just double check everything. That's weird. Okay, I think I might have a freeze on my computer here. Anyway, longer shows like this tend to bring up problems. PowerPoint, nope. Don't want to do display capture. Let's see here. Apologize, guys. I'm seeing it change on the stream. Let me see if I can just do this here. I think I have a problem with OBS. No, that's fine. Okay. Media. Let's just try that first. Let's see if I can refresh this. There was a method I was taught. I'm trying to remember it again. Properties. Okay, yeah, it's showing up on the stream here, so I can't see it myself, but I'll hit the play button on the media viewer and we'll just go with it. Because I can watch that and still talk to you guys through it. Thank you, Clown World Gamer. Let me just pause that real quick. He asks, has there been any footage from the tax site? Not that I've really seen. Typically the stuff they send is really edited. Doesn't give a whole lot of additional information, to be honest. I don't know. Most of the stuff I see is them like demolishing buildings, blowing up tunnels. When they are engaged in combat, it's very little to no returning fire. I don't know. It's something to do with the IDF's like media department selecting certain videos they want to show the public. I don't know. Maybe they don't know how the internet works. I really don't know. But yeah, it's hard for me to really find anything worth showing you guys from their side, to be honest. It doesn't really show anything else that we don't already know or haven't showed already. So that's why I don't show a whole lot of their stuff. I do like to cover both sides as best as possible. Again, we are again a little bit more on the Ukraine side of that particular war. Show the Russians a bit more funny context, but that's the show's choice, right? They only released the footage of them taking L's from time support. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, we'll press on with the Azov footage, guys. This is a decently long video. So, something to note is how they, again, like we talked about with assaults, tank support, and how the Ukrainians move. I will showbiz you a little bit. The tank does get hit and is set alight. Supposedly the crew survives. But I want you guys to note how aggressive Azov in particular turns and assaults with their infantry after the tank is taken out of commission.
Колено! 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 Было весело. Это точно. Ну, я шел в первой четверке, было кайфово.
Good spacing, you know, they're maintaining their distance from the tank work.
Ты Стрекоза справа! Стрекоза! Стрекоза справа! Стрекоза!
So should we note that's the second tank on the assault column there. But again, you should also note, you know, dismounted infantry, no IFVs are using a tank, and then the tank gets hit, obviously. I did watch the English caption version of this, though, and they do talk about how the crew survived, supposedly. This is them talking about it. So. Again, they turn and fight, they turn and face the enemy, try to get all in line, turn and engage. He's explaining how typically, during most assaults, even from the Ukrainian side, the Russians expect the Ukrainians to just give up if the tanks take them out, but the defenders in this case, the Russians, were surprised by the aggression of the Ukrainians to turn and fight kinetically like this stuff. And they started to panic.
Операція підготовлювалась, типу, всі ситуації продумувались, що і як іде, типу, скажімо так, ситуації би такої би не було. Щоб ти якось би розгубився, чи ще якась така штука.
Мы в моменте самого штурма уже, так сказать, выходили из них просто на месте и принимали решения уже во время непосредственно боя.
I mean, there's cover, but it's interesting that even fire can be used as cover in this case. It's them getting into the trench, obviously. It was also noted during the commentary from the Ukrainians how there was an absence of artillery fire from the Russian side, actually. They do take prisoners during this assault, though, and they comment how the Russians are actually surprised of how at sleep the Russian artillery was in this particular case. So, it's interesting that it's not always there.
Мы столкнулись с тем, что там было укрытие, которое за счет обстрела оно снизилось и надо было ползти. Я колдун! S3, S2 плюс! Я такой, в чем дело? Типа спрашиваю парней, они говорят, типа надо ползти. Я такой, плюс, ползите. Я выбегаю на бруствер. Я резко перезарядился, начинаю дальше вести огонь. Я просто вижу, как выбегает противник и кидает в нас гранату.
Gets down, you know, grenade.
Я такой, ого.
Вон там, понял? Выйди на узнай за мурафу, она чистая или нет.
This is around the point when the Russians brought back a tank of theirs into the fight. Started commenting later in the commentary also how they control the air with their drones. There was some complication with the Russian EW though, however.
Не прошло, повтори. Да, занял. Блядь, там красный, надо сейчас вызывать эвакуацию. Ваха, я прием.
telling him to go help out the guy with the light machine gun over that area. Who's being affirmative and devise hurry or go.
Никто не делает, наверное. Но вот это действительно с разряда, вот было бы более наглее, если мы просто на пикапах заехали, подъехали к ним в окоп, высадились и такие, здоров. Это было вообще, типа, больше самое наглое. А так, они сначала очень сильно удивились происходящему, такие, нас штурмуют, не может быть, типа, где наша артиллерия? Артиллерия там еще спала, наверное.
Talk about the artillery we talked about earlier.
Потому что мы подошли очень тихо и достаточно хорошо сработали.
This is them pressing on with the assault there for being held up. So there's a revestment here where they get held up again by a Russian soldier in the bunker. Up here a little bit. I think it's fairly interesting because one of these guys prolongs his engagement, breaks cover, and then gets shot back at. You'll see in a minute here. Thank you for correcting me on the audio.
F6, приказа 6, как принял. Все, С6 зачистили, двигаются дальше.
У нас 300, цели 300.
Yeah, but 300 wounded, obviously.
Принял тебя.
Trying to get him out.
Баха на стрекозе 300, красный, как принял, нужна эвакуация. Суббота, первая пятерка пошла. Где он был? Кто? 300! 300! Зим! Чисто! Зим!
So what I want to note here also is you can see him using a strobe light intermittently here. How to put it? During a kill house exercise I was involved in, part of it was what they call sensory overload. What he's doing here, I'm guessing, is kind of in the same context, right? He's trying to put in that sensory overload into his captive subject here, in order to pacify him, right? To insert that control and dominance in that space, so he doesn't have to kill the guy, get him out, turn him prisoner, and then release him to the rear area. I'm guessing he's just trying to overwhelm his visual senses in that case, also by doing that.
Завяжите его и пусть сидит! Снимай башку! Снимай! Пленный! Пленный!
Well, there's the heavy stuff now.
Руки! Руки вверх! Руки вверх! Нічого нема з собою! Там хтось ще є? Тільки ти один був! Руки вверх! Руки вверх! Визови 2 людей сюди! Все, руки вверх, щоб я бачив! Все. Зачем ви сюди прийшли? Сколько вас тут вообще? 7.
That always makes me nervous when they move that barrel behind someone's heads like that. So it's just a thing I was trained as,
Yeah.
See, he misthrows it there, he pulls him back because he lip risked the fucking thing. At least he had the wherewithal to get his friend back, though. And this right here is what you don't do. Okay, sorry. He'll do that again. Just keep an eye on him, guys. Keep an eye on him.
Well, he's also like muzzling his buddy's head too. So.
It's hard to like. I don't know. Like,
I'm sure they're all comfortable with one another.
Yeah, no, these guys train like a motherfucker, dude. But still, like, that's something we don't do, obviously. We're not trained up to these guys' level, obviously, either. But, again, armchair quarterbacking here. He did, like, see, he's suppressing, kind of, but then he's got, like, 2 kill zones he's in right now, too. That's, a tough call. It's a tough call. A very dangerous call, too.
I like how he just instantly shoots inside the holes anytime he finds one. He just blasts the hole, move on.
Yeah, these guys are using like a half dozen grenades in every hole, at least, right? Barrel. That's his breath, sorry. Don't want to maintain his sector of fire. Tells these guys to advance. Doesn't know if there's someone in the hole. Yeah, I don't know. This is the guy that was wounded before.
Що там за хуя, не можемо бронік, блядь, снять його, сука! На цьому штурмі моя була задача, як і всіх, перш за все, це штурмувати. Допомагала моя задача, це була надавати допомогу, домедичну допомогу і відправляти людей на евакуацію. Куди попало, скажи? Нього десь тут! Дуже! Тоді для мене вже штурмові дії закінчилися, я вже був саме медиком. Я просто підбігав до бійця, надавав йому домедичну допомогу, яку я можу йому дати в бойових умовах. І прибігала група евакуації, і викликав хижак. Братик, давай, живі! Викликав групу евакуації, яка прибігала, забирала і евакуювала хлопців. Я далі проводив чи бойові дії, чи біжав до наступних поранених і надавав їм допомогу. Бля, братик, держись, пожалуйста.
Guess he's trying to stitch him up there, looks like. It doesn't look like he's putting any bandage in it. Again, I really can't tell, but there's these two points right here, I'm guessing.
Було всього 3 людини,
яким я надавав допомоги. 2 були простих, нескладних бійця, 1 був складний.
Зим, спасите его, блядь, пожалуйста. Ты его садишь, держишь за руки, я мотаю бандажом, давай. Сильно вытекай, смотри. Мне кажется, покомпонировать надо. Его надо вести сейчас. Зафиксируй бандажом. Поставь палец. Суббота, выдели 2 человека, брат, надо вынести тяжелого. Нужно его спасти.
Коли ти хлопцям даєш допомогу, він тобі потім там особисто чи пише, чи дзвонить, чи каже, типу, дякую, ти мене врятував, це добре, ти там пишаєшся собою, думаєш, я молодець, туди-сюди, класно, ти спас когось, це добре, коли ти свого побратима спасаєш. А коли ти надаєш допомогу і людину не зміг спасти, ти часто колупаєшся в своїй голові і думаєш, а може я щось зробив неправильно, може можна було врятувати, а я щось зробив не так, щось неправильно прочитав, неправильно вивчив, неправильно зробив. І тоді ти починаєш таки думати, краще я буду просто штурмовиком і
So I'm trying to fast forward a little bit for you guys here.
Чує життя на свою відповідальність. Але це твої хлопці, це твої побратими, тобі з ними потім після війни ще їхати відпочивати, тому що треба їх спасати.
Давай. Братуха, пожалуйста.
It's like a head wound.
Сука. Шелест. У него есть шанс, брат? Конечно, у всех всегда есть шанс.
Yeah, D would understand the symptoms
І
we're
саме
seeing
складне
here
було, коли тебе
better
просять
than I
хлопці,
would.
врятуй його, ти намагаєшся це зробити, а бачиш, що це не виходить, просто не виходить нічого зробити. Це саме складний етап. Саме для, іменно, в голові.
Шелест, я сейчас возьму тебя за руку, если ты меня слышишь, пожми меня руку немного. Пожми руку, если слышишь. Шелест. Плюс, поэт, я хижак. Я не чувствую. Брат. Пацаны, выносите все равно. Давайте, да. Пацаки, пробуем. Там же Зим пошел, все нормально. Я его подсовываю под него, вы его поднимали. Давай. Шелест, братан, живи, блядь! Сука. Взяли его в стрелу? Парни, вторая группа, дочищайте! Давай. Не в курсе. Ебать. Давай. Питер живой еще был. Да? Да. Прок, смотрите, блиндажи внимательно! Пропустили Питер!
Still in the middle of the battlefield.
Хуй его знает, походу нет. Бля, живой, да? Да, нормально.
Interesting to note also, just the 4 mags and the 1 in his, well, the 2, obviously they're taped up right there. The 5 mags he brings into a 4 an assault. Usually, during the GWAT, you'd see them double stacked with Glocks, and you also had ones outside there too, but just seems, not as many as you'd think they'd bring.
Yeah. I've thought of, the only thing that I can think of is maybe they have some bandoliers on their back.
Well, everyone brings, backpacks and stuff. It's probably where they have all the extra bags.
Yeah.
So this guy, I think this is the point right here I wanted to show you guys. This guy's going to keep putting down fire into this revestment here, but he's going to break cover and get shot back at it and get wounded. This is the particular time right here, I think.
Равлик.
Хижак, я пун. Противник готовится зайти в кишку, как принял. Принял. Как принял, про?
They're here, yeah. I'm sorry, I keep fucking blue balling you guys here. That guy does get hit, I apologize.
Суббота, продвигайтесь, нужно заменить наших. Них БК красный.
I mean, for all the things that are going on, this is like a really shitty fucking situation.
Oh yeah, I know, yeah. This is
Trenches like this seems way. It's even worse than a bitch, man. that
Yeah.
looks like hell. Crawling around random trenches.
Вот мы сидим в пидорских окопах.
takes good leadership to maintain cohesion in a situation like that.
Это весело. Где Шелест, брат?
Сейчас идем.
Туда пулемет выставить?
Туда, да.
Плюс.
Контрольте, растяни там людей.
Плюс.
Минус, прок, мы на С-15, как принял, растем. Проходим.
Чисто?
Да, чисто. Минус,
Выстраивай своих выставь.
Смотрел в ту сторону. Смотри, пацанов там дальше. Сейчас идет группа субботы. Туда, да. Контрольте тот франк, растяни там
At this point,
людей.
they're talking about a counterattack on their flank. They're trying to repulse.
Давай, туда, парни, не теряемся.
Oh, right here. I think this is it. Yeah, walks in unsupported, trying to shoot that hole there. Hear the guy being shot back at. Yeah. I want to play that back, guys. It's an important learning lesson here. So he's walking in, trying to, lay down fire into the area there, but they all have these curtains, right? He doesn't know where the guy's at. But then he hears the retort. You don't do this shit alone, ever. Always have support. Know where you guys are. Always make sure you got help.
Yeah, he's lucky he crawled out.
No, he's got a guardian angel. Like, the guy's still alive. Not walking, but he's still alive. I'm just gonna say he did something really stupid there. I hate to be a armchair quarterback, but that was very avoidable.
Man, that is really fucked up. Like
It
having
is.
to crawl over your wounded.
Yeah, no, these guys
just to suppress.
Yeah, these guys have to move over him. He's trying to figure where the holes are, trying to make sure he's still fine. He's still gonna keep up the assault. They're gonna move over him eventually. He doesn't die.
Фланги на север, как принял, на север.
They can't evacuate him, so still gotta stay in the fight.
Харон, Ях и Жак, прием.
Awesome made. Yeah.
Ползи назад.
Пидоры по рации передают, что
One
вызывают
more
танк,
for good
вызывают
measure.
танк. Контрольте, пожалуйста, дороги, все подъезды.
Хижак, я мы все слышим, передаю дальше, все контролится, небо контролит все, как принял.
Плюс принял, если вдруг танк появится на горизонте, дайте знать, как принял прием.
Надо проверить блиндаж. Глубоко кинул? Ебать, мне в плиту попало.
В начале. На стрекозу, на стрекозу.
I'm also surprised that they're like all crammed together. I would get like claustrophobia being so close to another guy. I'd just be like, dude, one fucking grenade, one mortar, we're all fucking fried in this trench.
Oh, they gotta turn this down a little bit. Well, as you see, they're trying to communicate in a loud environment. So, you know, that's why they gotta get close to hear each other.
It's just like that.
Смотри, противник
just like how
пытается обойти кишку и с
style of
активом
transfer
фланга,
is, I guess.
Контрольте фланги!
Контроль фланги!
Фланги! Как я понимаю, со стороны Мурат.
I mean, I'm not surprised Russians built those trenches.
Yeah.
Около 20 минут непосредственно сам штурм.
So that does it for the assault there, guys. He summarizes it. 2 lightly wounded, 1 complicated wounded was the guy you saw. And the assault took only 20 minutes. But, you know, it turned into a 30-minute video there, obviously, because of all the different perspectives and commands coming down the chain. But, yeah, only 3 wounded out of that whole assault. So, good on Azov's training and medical training, obviously, there, too. This is from our co-host tonight, and Marty McMack. Yeah, so you want
a quick introduction?
Yeah, please. Yeah, well, this will be the last video for tonight.
So basically, I've been doing some research in drone and especially anti-drone warfare concepts. You know, trying to see into the future for myself, like, you know, given how often they are being used over in Ukraine, and also there are a lot of guys from Iraq and Afghanistan who've been coming forward with more declassified information about the uses of drones that we had been using without telling anybody. You know, the more personal drones, not just the Predator drones with Hellfires and things like that, but
the Switchblades.
This is an advertisement for a company that I'm assuming is either trying to sell these overseas or possibly police forces, as well as also trying to advertise to our military and whatnot. Maybe they've already done work with our military, for all I know. But this is going to be closer to the next level of the evolution of light mortar systems. It'll be able to replace those. It'll be able to replace even javelins, apparently, according to this ad. So just, you can press play.
Okay.
And I'll explain it later.
Bravo 2. TOT 10 mics, 2 Vicks, Black.
Sorry. These military ads are always weird.
10 mics, 2 Vicks, Black Lead, deploying Rogue One.
Enemy BTR south of your position. 300 meters.
Contact BTR 90 crossing the train tracks. Deploy Rogue One.
BTR 90 on the train track. Got it. Switching to anti-air.
Oh, it's because it's modular. Okay, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why.
Dishka gun truck with 2 packs dismounted.
And it's man portable.
Yeah.
1
this is only one company too. This isn't. I'm sure that there's like hundreds right now trying to compete for military contracts.
Launching.
But yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, it is kind of a cheesy ad, but if the technology is the way that they're advertising, it's definitely looking like it's going to start becoming more standardized.
Yeah, I mean,
if not already. You know.
Yeah, I mean, based on my research, testimony I've heard from people, Ukrainians actually hate American drones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're well. They say the Chinese commercial shit's better. They're more available, parts are cheaper, and they can carry heavier loads. They also have a longer endurance and flight time.
Yeah, I think this company, as well as others, are trying to advertise like to France, Germany,
maybe,
like all larger militaries. But I've just noticed the trend,
Yeah.
Like people to think about it, like especially our own guys trying to figure out like, oh, what if like cartels get this shit and we have to start defending ourselves against it?
God. Yeah.
Look into this stuff. It's the next gen warfare. We all want to know.
Yeah.
I just thought it was weird that they had an advertisement on YouTube, like they were showing it.
Yeah.
Off.
Yeah.
Like, oh well, if you're the king of some Southeast Asian country, you'll be able to afford dozens of these.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is about this ad is a lot of the things they're advertising are like standard for commercial drones. Like what they just showed was like auto return. Like most commercial drones already have that. I'm like, okay.
Well, yeah, the only thing that's different is that you can put an anti-tank or like a claymore on the end of it.
So I can put a zip tie on the bitch, dude. I don't need a modular warhead for it, but
yeah.
Interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is the way that people are going to go. Just to make it simple. Like, really, they want really dumb people to be able to use this.
I guess. Anyway, I feel that commercial systems do that already. I think it's a lack of imagination from our defense industrial base, really.
Possibly. Yeah.
Don't know what to say. It's just like, okay, you have an auto return and you can do all the things we see already in other parts of Ukraine that's done way cheaper. But okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I still want to be the guy that owns the bandwidth jammer that covers like a huge spectrum. That's the best way to like make sure drones aren't in the game. But
what's funny is I was doing research on just like early warning drone technology, and I like emailed a company that that wasn't Chinese,
Mm-hmm.
and I emailed them to see if like, if it was possible to sell to the public, and even for early warning technology, they were just like, no, you have to basically be a security company, bona fide, and it's just like a personal. All it is a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was really weird. Like, anyways, when I was doing research, I saw this, and I'd never seen a drone with like interchangeable warheads.
Yeah.
I was just like, what the hell?
And it's a USB port too, which is really what. Okay, I mean, cool. It's anyway. I don't know. I'm kind of underwhelmed by it, to be honest. It's just like, we see this already, you would feel like a dude for like a tenth of the price, It's like,
I don't think they want to sell it to Ukraine.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like you can build these things yourself.
They probably already have. Yeah, I know that our military's probably dumped tons of money.
Yeah, way too much. Way too
that
much.
T-Rex video, some guy said.
Oh, his brother.
The drone. Yeah, they had a guy on board and he said, "Oh yeah, we've been using these styles of drones since, before we left Afghanistan and stuff. We just didn't tell anybody until now because people were all freaked out about how like you're basically giving an individual soldier a precision guided munition."
Yeah. Low cognitive demand seems like a high selling point for Western armies these days. This club game, right?
Yeah.
I thought that was a really odd selling point. It's just like, yeah, you could be dumb and just push the button on the screen, thing goes that way. It's just like, okay, God. Anyway, let me get back to the thing. Any mafia could set up a legal security company, shell company, buy that shit, and nobody will ask about it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We'll see. It's interesting how these things can work. There's also a lot of limitations to drones. I think people don't talk about that enough. But used correctly, they're very scary. But the range of them is still very limited. Battery technology isn't that great. The higher the payload, the more the battery's going to drain. All these things. You guys know this shit. I don't know. My biggest concern is the words I've been hearing about how they see how to put it. The drone is tethered to the operator, right? Because you got that radio communication back and forth between the two and the RC frequency and all that crap. What they want to do is to set up these autonomous drones that have the AI targeting shit in the head space there, and then the GPU, or they want to call it now.
Well, they probably already do have. Okay.
When you could start setting up that decision loop, where you set out the drones to like go hunt, go seek, it has that target profile and decides to engage autonomously. That's when you start making real problems. There was talks recently between China and America about like ethical AI doctrine, basically. I think
none of them are going to follow.
I don't know. Yeah, that's my concern. It's like you have to have human input in that decision cycle somewhere, right? So it's nope, stop, just stop. Anyway,
and that's the thing is, both sides are trying to make AI as fast as possible because they realize the limitations of, a man using a controller that's broadcasting a signal that can easily be jammed, guiding the drone. So it's just easier to just unpack the drone, tell the drone real quick, I have this guy, I'm looking at him, he's that far away, go kill him. Drone flies up and does it. And because it's all autonomous, there's no jamming. Jamming won't affect it at all.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
It's how to put it, like I also, again, this is my opinion, I'm not a fucking engineer by any means, but I don't think AI is going to be, again, the technological singularity everyone claims it's going to be.
Yeah.
It's simply put, it's like machines aren't intuitive, they aren't adaptive, they're great at assimilating information. They're not good at intuition and adaptation. So simple adaptations can definitely overcome the programming these things are given. Again, the retort's like, well, we'll just upgrade the programming and make it smarter and yada, yada, yada. I'm just like, well, that is more weight, more space, more energy than all this crap, right? AI has its applications in like software, combing through all the metadata, that's what they obviously use it for, like trying to find people in social media and crap. But as far as like an application on a drone, you got a small platform that only has so much weight and a specific purpose. I don't know. I don't know. And we're observers of this conflict pretty closely, I think. And I think that you need that connection between the operator. He also usually has a navigator and the drone to really understand how to get to a target, right? Because just again, like the documentary I was watching today, this particular guy had like a 50% success rate. I guess that's pretty fucking high. Usually it's like a third. But even some of the videos they were showing, and he had 40 drones, and they went through about 30 something of them in 12 hours. That's a lot. Yeah. But the video footage they were showing, like the guy was like hitting trees and running into wires and shit like that. Like he was fucking up, right? You know, so you imagine like an AI drone trying to adapt over that sort of dynamic environment. Like it's not going to happen. It's just not going to
have
happen.
to be specific situations, maybe. You know, I'm sure that they've got a lot of stuff. I mean, it's the biggest issue that I see is that it's probably not going to be used on, you know, between top tier military players nearly as often as it will be used, say, for SWAT.
Maybe.
You know, like in a city near you, like that. And that's what I thought was funny about it. This advertisement was on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
It's an ad for security companies, like even SWAT teams, if they can afford it and they think they have a use, I'm sure they'll buy it.
Yeah.
And it
I think
that's what I think about mostly.
Yeah. I think we could land on that note though. I would like to thank our donors tonight. Final Gamer and Return to Chimp. I'm sure he's going to appreciate all the donations. The ad did mention urban warfare. That doesn't bode well for us. Yeah. I guess that's another argument for homesteading, right? But how well that ended for Ruby Ridge. But anyway, beside the point. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate everyone coming tonight. Please share, like, subscribe, all that crap. I do want to try to get some more success on the YouTube channel. The more people that see our message, the more we can help out Ukraine. Still running. I guess the AI didn't pick us up. So anyway, but again, thank you everyone. Next week, we'll see if there is a show. I still need to talk to Alex about taking the reins. I will be gone for next week. Have to take some personal time for the family and stuff. You know, we're all human beings. Do you have anything else you want to end on?
I liked the truck too.
There you go.
Haspersidal.
Haspersidal.
I also like those trucks too. Okay. They're my favorite.
All right. Again, for anyone in Ukraine that's watching, Godspeed and good hunting. Come back safely and get the mission done. We will see you next week, hopefully, guys. And take care, and we'll see you in the chat. Enjoy the outro.